when I'm dreaming, brother. Even when I'm broke, I'm scheming. Real talk, no gimmicks.
Break bread or fake dead.
Yeah.
If you love me, show it, that's all I say. Break bread or fake dead. Don't wait till I'm gone just to show respect. Break bread or fake dead.
Yeah.
I'm tryna make plays, not beg for a check. Break bread or fake dead.
For real, for real.
If I ever looked out, don't forget that day. I ain't rich, but I move like I'm chosen. Same fit, same dream, still focused. Bill stacked, but I still thank God. Ain't complain once, I just play my heart. They see peace, but they don't see stress. They see the smile, not the pain I digest. If you my dog, then ride with intent. Don't cap love, I know what that meant. Break bread or fake dead. You know who real when it's time to spread. Break bread or fake dead. I've been real, never switch for bread. Came from the bottom, but I don't feel low. Had to let some fake vibes go. Still keep it solid, that's nightish cold. Never hate, just stick to the road. It's folks that smile but don't mean it. Love ain't love if you never seen it. I'm just saying, help me win a little. Don't wait till I'm gonna spin a red on bed. I build. But if you real, you help to feel. Break bread, that's how love spread. Night is cold, town lit. Break bread, fake dead. Yeah. I'm still grinding, watch how I tread. Break bread, fake dead. Don't show a leg when the table's fed. Break bread, fake dead. Yeah. If you with me, then mean what you said. Break bread, fake dead. I don't need much, just respect my bread.
Real talk, no hate, no cap. Open soul forever.
building.
Shout out to the shout outs. That's for sure. What's going on, Deacon Dave? What's going on, Chatter King? Put the fair use up. Then we going down here. Let's see. Let's get right to it. Let me see. Start here. It's 10 to 10.
This is ladies' first show, so we're going to give it to the ladies. Ladies, this is what all these gentlemen, like even Damien agrees that we're talking about, right? Is you will find the guys on your 20s that make you wet, and then when you need to settle down or to go ahead and do have a respectable life and a responsible life, you go for the guy that might not be your type when you were younger, but now he is going to be the one that is solid, has a nice job, is responsible, and all that. You are telling that most women are not dating exactly like this woman described? When they get tired of the assholes, I'm just exhausted of the jerks. So the jerk got you?
They all say that too. They'll all tell you, I'm not doing that anymore.
Yes.
They will talk about, a woman would literally tell you to your face how they used to do it, and now they don't do it anymore. Imagine if a motherfucker told you, I used to drive my car through mud and dirt, and I would rent it out for $5. But now I know my car's real value, so I'm gonna sell it to you for $100,000. Just to hear that sale, you would say, I don't want it. But that's how women are selling themselves. They'll tell you how they whored in college, how they had a one-night stand before, but I don't do that no more. I done found Jesus, and now you gotta wait until we get married to. Wait a minute, it's niggas walking around the streets right now that's gonna laugh at me because I don't know what your head game feel like, but he do. Yep. That why I gotta deal with that. And that's literally what men have to do. We could never tell them, I used to pay these rent and they didn't have to me at all. Now you gotta me and clean before I pay a bill. And imagine.
One second, because you can't get it. And that's the second icebreaker. Christian Rock found the church. Hallelujah.
So that's the exciting part. Okay, then okay, this is for the young people to say, this is the Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 9. It said, young people, it is wonderful. I'm okay.
If Tommy is wrong, why did little Alexis say we don't pick wrong? We're not picking wrong anymore. And Jazz said they evolved, they're educated and evolved.
Mature woman.
Yes. So if you're so evolved and educated, and y'all no longer picking the wrong guys, what are the right guys you're picking now that you're evolved and educated and picking the right ones? What type?
And that means that there was a phase in which they weren't. To be evolved, what does the word mean? I keep trying to tell people words matter. And you to evolve, that means you came from somewhere.
Listen, y'all got it. You asked the question, Tommy answered. Let's move on.
Exactly.
No. It really doesn't matter.
You went straight to playing victim. That is exactly.
Well, they be multi-talking, and if it's ladies first, you would expect ladies to be talking first. If it's ladies first, respectfully. Let me see. We were gonna say thank you again.
Thank you for the money, cheese, petty the dough, good scratch, squirrel paper.
Thank you to TMKC for the Cash App. I appreciate it. What's going on, Deacon Dave? What's going on, Chatter King? What's going on, a brother of a certain age? What's going on, TMKC? What's going on, my auntie Low Key? What's going on, Rapid? Hello, everyone. Let me see.
Exactly what just happened.
It'd been so easy if you just answer the question. And he didn't even answer the question.
Yeah, he asked him a specific thing and say, you said this and she said that. So that would imply y'all were with those people and now y'all are better.
Her body language let you know what time she was on. You was irritated by facts.
It really doesn't matter what I say that women are actually doing or feeling or responding to in these circumstances. Y'all gonna combat it every single way and say we're lying and say it's not true. And y'all used to be hoes. And it's like, you're right. You're right.
Tommy and Fatty and Damien.
Let's move on.
This happens.
I think
with
you
your
guys are
relatives.
absolutely right.
This happens in your household when they know they have to concede to the logical truth. When they can't process the information, they still want to continue to manipulate and play victim.
exactly what's
They're gonna sit down and go, I don't want to
Notice how men don't talk like that.
No, I'm just saying, like,
agree with us.
it was.
We
you
just
didn't
try to
think this
explain what we
happened?
were saying.
You didn't
Yes.
explain what we were saying. Ali, you asked me.
You got it. Y'all think all of us
Ali, you asked me a question and Tommy answered it.
I didn't answer it, ma'am. I did not answer it. All I literally did was say evolve means something. At audience, did I not say that? All I said was evolve means something.
We don't even know the guy you're talking about.
We
He
answered
answered
it.
it.
Oh, I didn't.
So what was your question again?
The thing was, Tommy commented, but we moved on. It's not that he answered the question, but he did make a comment.
Do the question again. Yeah, do the question again. It's fine.
She didn't answer the question because they knew the answer already. He put something on top of what the question was. He didn't answer it. They knew that they can't say nothing now.
Yeah, because they told on themselves apparently earlier.
Well, I do not like Alexa's head. But my fault. About that.
I don't think they told on themselves earlier. They're saying what women say. They're saying what women say. Women say, I've evolved, I've changed, I become a better version of myself. I'm in church now. That's why they played that clip of Krishan Rock at a pulpit in the church, it looks like. But then just a couple of days ago, she's online talking about knocking off Blueface. Today, I looked at a clip where she was saying she knocked off the first supposedly baby father, a guy named Ronnie. They don't realize this stuff is being recorded, and they're just you're gonna be in the news every 2 seconds every time you say something. Especially Krishan Rock, especially Blueface.
Now, so Tommy said that obviously if you have a new type, it means you had a previous type. But now that you have this new type, hold on. Now that you have this new type, because
And that's the thing you're answering it for. The question should be, do you have a new type? Have you evolved? Is this true about you? Are you different than what you were when you were younger? Just let them answer that question. Don't say you have a new type and ain't your new type. Come on.
He talks about this all the time.
Can you ask your original question?
Y'all talking over me while y'all asking me to ask that.
Yeah, Alexis. Yeah, Alexis.
No, because the thing is,
it's better now because you're closer.
I said you said y'all no longer picking the wrong. You said y'all no longer picking the wrong.
No, Alexis, put your ear,
and
piece.
She did the same
what
shit.
happens?
She did the same shit. That victim, she tried to I can't. You can't what? Nigga, they didn't get nowhere yet.
She feel bad and she couldn't handle it.
She got out before it got hot.
I will give her this. She knows when to run when bullets start flying.
In her mind, she was justified. You said but someone said my name. Didn't someone say my name? And she ran on. You're struggling to put them damn earphones on.
He's far away from the.
She's assuming something that wasn't
That's
happening.
called shutting down.
It's shutting down.
No, I'm really interested in moving on with the conversation because we're not going to get anywhere, baby. Every time I have.
Ali, give me 1 second. Hey, Jess, I was talking with Ali about this the other day, right? There's like when we're having the conversation and we do something wrong. When we acknowledge that we're wrong, we stop there. You see what I'm saying? Let's stop here and let's acknowledge it. your acknowledgement is a dismissal. Okay, you got it. Let's move on to the next one because we already got this. Like,
I can see. You're right. Go ahead and ask the question again, Ali. You're right.
One second. This is one
You're
second.
right. I fucked up.
1 second. You see, this is a teachable moment to the crowd, especially when y'all woman F man. We know when a woman is saying, "Okay, you got it." You is dismissive. Is I don't want to stay on this place that makes me uncomfortable. Let's move to the next conversation because I don't want to stay here and admit that I'm wrong. And I'm not saying once again, Jess, I'm saying that this is like it's a reptilian thing. It's like a survival mechanism for the most part. So when we're having these conversations, a lot of time people acknowledging and conceding is not conceding because they think the person is right. They're conceding because they want to move on and they don't want to stick there and then acknowledge it. That's why we said, just because you're saying, okay, I conceded, let's move on, that doesn't mean that the person in front of you is not saying, oh, look at this person being dismissive. They're like dismissive and pushing the conversation to a part of the combo that she likes. Ali, go ahead and ask the question again, and then we go from there.
Right, and Jazz, it's a teachable moment for young girls just watching, possibly from mistakes that women made and try to learn from y'all mistakes, right? But
Can you ask your question?
Yes, if y'all no longer picking wrong and you're evolved and educated, what does that look like? What type of man are you picking now that you've evolved and educated and not no longer picking the wrong man? What is the type now?
Okay, that type will be someone who is mature, someone who's on his purpose, someone who also
they won because all they wanted you to do is say you picking different. So that was just a long go around the mulberry bush to get to the fact that you're choosing something different. This man in the green hat. What? Let me acknowledge the people that support the channel.
For the money, cheese, ready to do. Good scratch, scroll of paper.
So now I've been requested to play 2 songs. I know what one of them is. Write in the chat what the other one is. I know what one of them is. Let's get right to that, and we'll come back to this panel right here. Let's see. Oh, matter of fact, maybe I do know what it is. Let me see. It's this one for sure. And then it's probably the original one. Let's go with the original song. Hopefully I'm right. Hopefully I'm right. So we'll start with the original and play the other one, and then we'll get back to these people.
I approach him with my hand out. Oh, hand out. I always love the kindness of a stranger. Not a pay picket. 100%. 100%. All of me for all of you, body and soul. All of me for all of you, body and soul. I approach him with my hand out. Hey! I always love the kindness of a stranger. Hey! Not a baby. 100%. 100%. All of me for all of you, body
Again, thank you for the Cash App. Let's get to the second song.
Oh yeah, this is the night I've been waiting on you. Slipping in the dark with a freaky surprise too. No holding back, I'ma give it to you right. All the nasty things we've been thinking all night. It's so hard for you, baby, that's the truth. And when it's me and you, we know just what to do. No hesitation, let's lose control. Your body's my canvas, my hands gonna paint your soul. This is the night, we gon' set it off. Every little fantasy, we gon' check it off. Heat in the sheets, love dripping like wine. Tonight, you're my pleasure and the moment is mine. Silk on your skin, got me lost in the feel. Every move you make, just making it real. Whispers in your ear, let me hear you moan. Tonight we in a zone, no one else at home. Slow grind, take time, ride it like a wave. In the heat of the moment, we both misbehave. Lights low, bodies glow, passion overflow. A freaky surprise, only you and I know. This is the night, we gon' set it off. Every little fantasy, we gon' check it off. Heat in the sheets, love dripping like wine. Tonight you're my pleasure and the moment is mine. So baby, don't stop, keep giving me more. Every kiss, every touch, got me begging encore. This is the night, girl, just me and you, doing all the nasty things lovers do. Yeah, right there. Don't stop, don't stop. Tonight's the night. All of you is good OPP, baby. That love so deep. Every promise I made, that's the one I'll keep.
So now that she's answered that question, they're going to see. That's why they're smiling. They are saying, now see,
is dating with intention. He is looking to have a family. He wants monogamy because
so that meant the men before wasn't dating with intention, wasn't looking to have a family, wasn't doing any of that. They just was getting you.
there are some men that do and do value marriage and do value that. And this is just for me. This is what I mean. I have this already, but let's say if I was single, but that's what he would be consistent with him.
Different than the first men who weren't consistent. That's why they letting you talk.
Himself, like whatever goals or personal goals that he has for himself, he's in constant pursuit of that. At this age, he has a foundation. He may be somewhere, good.
So that meant the man before didn't have no foundation, didn't have no direction
In his career, or he is excelling as an entrepreneur, or he just has he has a stable lifestyle, right? He's enjoying life. He's following God.
God damn it. You can't make this shit up.
You niggas are not Christians.
That's a lot of shit she was naming.
It was a lot. Every time when people bring God into it, just stop. He believes in God. Why does that matter? You don't even
don't believe
you don't even believe in Jesus.
Would be it. That would be it. He would have a different type of focus. That would be since I'm evolved, if I had that phase, that would be what I would be pursuing. I can't say that I had like a phase where I just was constantly choosing bad men, but I have been misaligned with men before, and going through those situations helped me to understand where I was lacking maturity, where I needed to hold myself accountable and say, you know what, this is not, if I want something different, I need to do better and choose better. And so what we do is we evolve, we learn from our mistakes, and we find, once we know what we want and what we're willing to give, we have a better view on what we want from our partners.
Okay. And now that, let's say we say, hey man, you're gonna pick better now. You're gonna pick the best guy, the most educated, the most purposeful. What is it that most women you believe, or what are you changing it about yourself to be the woman that this man wants? What did you work on yourself? So what is that you worked on?
Right. So my maturity, my emotional response in relationships, not taking everything so personal, not, looking for a reason to be negative, like whatever.
Oh, hold on. I got a quick question. Was she like 25?
I don't know how old Jazz is.
Okay. I'm trying to understand. You went through, because she said she didn't go through a whole phase, but I thought they said she did say every woman goes through
They believe majority of women go through that.
Okay. If she out of it, either she out of that bit early or you being mature in your 30s. Nigga, what's been going on in your life? If it took you to be 30 to be mature, 30 plus.
Yeah, it's like you learning to count when you're 10.
Yeah, but you start talking to people about it. Say, yeah, man, I got my shit together. I get up to 20 now. I'm like, whoa.
Whatever I felt I could have done better in my previous relationships, I assess that and I change it. You know what I mean? Maybe not just conclusions. I mean, I don't know. It's about self-reflection. Whatever it is that I could have done better in the last relationship, I make sure I change that for the next person, because I don't want to take any baggage or drama from the previous relationship. I'm not going to punish.
This is a script I'm hearing right now. Every lady who's on this journey of making themselves better says everything she's saying, and they still ups. This is a script that I'm hearing, because now I'm thinking in my head like this. Why do I know everything you're saying already? I'll be honest with you. She got to be around my age. She got to be in like her late 20s or early 30s, because I know everything she's saying was like this. Oh yeah, this could easily be a lie that you're telling me. It just sounds good.
Yeah, you old enough to know to say it.
Yes, okay, that's the thing that I'm understanding.
The new person from being hurt from the last, and I have been through situations where it could taint someone, you know what I mean? And be reckless in relationships moving forward. But I don't allow one situation to taint my view for men overall. So I'm going to move with love. I'm going to make sure that I hold myself accountable, and I'm able to, if I find that man, that I'm able.
So basically, you're agreeing with them and you don't know that you're agreeing with them. He said, if I had a car and I drove it through crap and I rented it out for $5, now I'm trying to sell it for $100,000. That analogy goes along with, you've been out here. You don't have to call it a phase. You could say you was in serious relationships, lots of serious relationships. That's used. And then, like he's saying, you're at an age now where you know to say these things. When people come to me talking about narcissism, emotional intelligence, and all that other stuff, I just listen to them, because that's a script we've been hearing a whole lot for the last year or something. Water seeks its own level. If people are just, everybody's going to try to get the best deal they can get. But how does that play out in your real life? Like up there, I think Naf, that's Sanetta's wife, one of them.
I'm mature enough to not fumble the blessing.
So you're conceding that you weren't a good woman as well. Most of these women were a good woman as well when they were dealing with these guys. I'm sure there are times where women were not good partners. Sure, there have been times where I have not been a good partner.
That's not what he said. He didn't say at times. He said they weren't good people.
I guess it's close enough. Is she taking accountability in some sort of way or something?
Can you take partial accountability?
You can. You shouldn't.
Because it's like, is it real?
It's not. And listen, if you said she was in them other videos, her taking some accountability, like so far they ain't.
She's doing a good job based off the other videos.
Okay, cool.
But that's like you robbing a bank and you said I drove the car.
Yeah, you're trying to get less.
You're trying to get less time.
What women do, so they do it so much, the government knows to just give them less time.
So she's not doing something good.
No, she's doing.
So she's copping to a lesser plea. Is that what y'all saying? Ugh. Let's see who came in here. New person. What's going on, SD? Shiesty Bomb, Chicago Rilla. Everybody else was here.
Better than she was is what I'm saying.
But this is the thing that's just problematic all the time, Jazz. None of these women said they're going to cook more, they're going to cooperate more, they're going to have sex more, they're going to improve their whole quality of a woman for this man they're about to get. It's always higher expectation, it's higher standards, and then when they can't find that man anymore, they still are complaining about the men, and they'll talk bad and they still bashing men. For instance, if you truly believe that, in my opinion, you would say, hey, ladies, it's the way you're picking these men. It's the man you're rewarding. It's the man you giving your cat to. It's the man you'll won't give no attention to, because every time they try to love you and settle down with you, you want to go after these men that don't even like you. So it seems like you're still pursuing these no good men, and you're still waiting for the high value guy that will actually pursue you. But most of those guys still won't, because you've already lost your value typically, and you don't want to go the extra mile. You don't want to compete, and you don't want to chase these men anymore that deserve chasing, because you already overlooked them. So if he meets you and go, hey, just accept me as I am. I did God's work. I'm in church now and I had therapy. I'm a good woman for you. Would you tell your son to believe that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Ali. I kind of lost what you were saying.
I understood what he was saying. It was a lot, but I understood what he was saying. He pretty much put the mirror on you. Said, yeah, all that stuff you said, that's nice. You just told him to believe that these things you was doing before is gone now. Me's not gay no more. That's what just happened.
Women's. He said both, because he also said, you're not putting any effort. You're not chasing that guy. You don't believe you're supposed to chase this guy that you claim you want now. Even though all of us know and we saw you chasing the other guy when you were younger. Yeah. We saw y'all putting y'allself in the room with him on purpose. Yeah. Now you're trying to convince us that this guy supposed to just come to you, and you try to use scriptures and Jesus. When a man's saying it's a woman, you know, whatever they be trying to do.
Y'all know I'm slow.
If you gave your best to the guy.
Now y'all know I'm slow. That's crazy work. Hey, Chuck. What's going on, TK? You have to hear this, the setup and premise.
That didn't like you, how can we expect you to give your best to a guy you didn't even like, and now you've changed your standards for a different type of guy? Your type you gave your best to, and he didn't like you, and now we're supposed to expect that you about to give your best to a guy that wasn't even your type, that now you're going to settle with.
So you're saying that I gave my best to the wrong person, so I shouldn't try to give my best to the right person?
How do we expect you? Most women typically don't. You know, I'll give you an example how. On these balloon shows that Fatty was
showing. You shouldn't expect anything. Expectations always lead to an example.
On these balloon
you can go next.
On these balloon.
That was such a deflection when she just said. You shouldn't expect anything. Nobody asked you any of that.
That nigga hit him with a fortune cookie saying.
Balloon shows that Fatty be playing, most of these women already got 2-3 kids, about 2-3 baby daddies, and they meet a childless man who has no kids, that desires a family. Oh, I ain't having no more kids. So you gave the man that you didn't like, that was your abuser, that was a cheater, that was a liar, that was a broke man, your children, the best thing he can get is a family, and you meet this man, and they already got daddies, and I don't want any more kids.
He not lying. That's literally when I was younger and I was trying to talk to girls, because I like black women. Anytime you talk to a black lady and you don't check to see if she got kids, you're gambling on if she's gonna have children with you. They don't even tell you that shit up front. They start telling you, like, oh, I ain't know if I liked you. Nigga, you knew that. What the hell? Like, bitch, I done wasted months talking to a person that think that we finna negotiate, like you can ration out how many you get 2 legs, but I ain't gonna give you a whole kid.
The one thing they body is created to get the do, I ain't doing that, but I still want you to take care of me. Nigga, you ain't no roommate.
And so they negotiating if y'all gonna have kids at all.
The main thing you are here for, the main thing, you said, I'm not gonna do it.
Hey, listen.
The Russell Wilson in the Future situation. Future got the premieres, the baby and all that, and Russell Wilson has to be the stepdaddy and go to the church.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing, different day. Russell Wilson and Future still. I don't even hear people talking about Future like that no more. Future, Cam, or Nick Cannon.
Her Twitter while she's working in front of everybody and all that. He's not getting the best of her. Future got the best of her.
Listen, nobody is putting a gun to y'all head to date single moms.
That's a deflection again. Don't do what you're doing. Do not take the conversation and then move it somewhere else. Just accept that this is what's happening. Now, just a minute ago, you told us that you're slow. Don't do what you're doing now. If you don't want to continue the conversation, just back down. That's the easiest thing.
Yeah, let it die out.
There are plenty of women out here without children. You do not have to play that role. If
you just said though, you kind of moving the goalposts. You got to like so what they just said.
Wait, you said what?
You're moving the goalposts.
Move the goalposts again. On 3, fellas. 1, 2, 3. Push.
Okay, so you're saying we should stay on the topic of the woman that did have 3 or 4 kids and now it's saying no more. There's literally nothing we can do about that.
You know, listen. We have to. Tommy still has to prove himself. Damien.
No, you don't.
Can I finish? Fatty always has to prove himself. The worst of today's women literally would say, "I have nothing to prove to you." So it sounds good on the surface, but most of these women say, ladies, you have nothing to prove to these men, but you're supposed to prove to them that you're no longer the previous woman that you were years ago, and this new woman will do anything that it takes to be with the man that actually is attracted to her.
So all I'm saying is if you have to like go and jump through hoops to prove yourself to somebody, that sounds like a misalignment in the first place.
There you go. No, it's not. It's showing that you're showing this person your worth. You're showing them that you truly will work for them.
No.
Let me finish that. Most of these men right here, the most attractive thing a woman can do is be vulnerable. It's to say I need you. It's to say I desire you. It's to say that I value you. Not to go, I ain't got to do the damn thing to show you my.
That's different. Okay, maybe I'm getting it wrong. Y'all know I'm slow. I have poor comprehension skills. I'm a very dumb person. So just talk to me.
You gotta stop doing that.
Dude, what's happening right now?
You gotta stop doing it. She's trying to do a reverse psychology right now. I say, oh yeah, I'm slow on that. You don't even believe what you're saying right now. What you're doing is trying to placate. You're doing something. You're doing something that I don't like right now. All right, you don't believe it. You stop patronizing me or yourself. I don't understand what's happening.
Like I am the dumb that y'all think I am, okay? So when I hear prove yourself, right? I hear I'm trying to show a person that isn't interested in me why they should be interested. What you just said was
that's not what he said. What he's saying is that the man that you want that's in the place that you just described, faith-based, paid well, and is there to be able to do the things you want him to do. He has to show you that. He can't say, my Benz is in the shop. They renovated my house. He has to already have a Benz, already had a house, already be vacation, already have time. Or he has to show all that to you so you can be comfortable in your soft girl era. So once he shows you all that, you don't have to show him nothing. That's just called reciprocity. I don't have to show nobody shit. My goodness.
I'm showing up as the person that I am. I want to consistently show up for you because there is a mutual interest here. And based on how I show up for you, you're going to determine if I'm worthy to be with you or not, right?
Okay.
So if we're mutually interested, we're showing up for each other in the same way. We're making time for each other. We're consistent with each other. That's not proving yourself. That's us showing up for each other because there's mutual interest. When I hear proving yourself, it sounds like I'm trying to get this person to like me, even though he's not showing no interest. So that's where I got it confused. If that's not what y'all meant,
I'm asking, if I was a man, I just want to say, just real quick example, Fatty. If I say, hey, Jazz, I'm no longer interested in chasing a lot of women. I'm no longer a womanizer. I believe in God now. I don't put my hands on women anymore, and I'm not kissing any more dicks.
What?
I beg your pardon?
Would you believe
Oh.
guy?
What that nigga said? That motherfucker
What?
dropped.
What? He's playing the position of the woman, right? I thought you said if you should, you mean if the woman showed up?
She's like, wait, hold on. What did he say?
Everything he said, a lady would have a nightmare about.
Yeah.
He ain't putting hands on me no more. Whoa, wait, hold up, kissing dicks. Whoa,
I'm changed. I don't get caught in gang. What?
What? You don't get caught in what?
They're talking about shootings.
I wouldn't have no interest in that.
We know.
And that's my point.
So let
Well,
me
yeah,
go.
you can't be kissing dicks around me.
No, but that's not it. And let me go. I just want to say something.
He's not doing it around you. He stopped doing it.
He's a changed man.
Yeah, he's not gay no more.
That's how we feel.
Yeah, if you ever had one of those old school TVs and you didn't turn it off, it's burnt in the screen. That's what you have now.
You put all that in there.
It's just a minute. One second. Hey, Jess, this is what we're saying, right? Imagine that me, Tommy, and Ali are spenders. Since we were 18 to 31, we were flexing on women, having money guns in the cash apps, flying them out to Rio. All like every time you see us, we're spending money on the woman we're dating. And now you're my future wife at 31, and I say, I changed.
Yes.
I don't spend money on women anymore. So before you put a ring on my finger, I'm not paying for dates. I'm not paying. You are going to pay for my gas. You are going like you would look at that man crazy. You'd say,
and I would have a choice if I want to deal with that or not.
No. We know, but what you'll do would be, hey, how do you do all these things for men that you claim you never like, for women that you claim you never like, sending cash apps, flying them out, giving expensive gifts, and me that's supposed to be the woman of your life, my future wife, now all of a sudden, now you are penny pinching, and now you are a responsible fiscal man that doesn't even want to pay for dates. No, 1 second, Jess. All of women and men would be like, bro, are you serious? So you go spend all this money on these hoes and all this shit, and now the woman that is the mother of your kids or is going to be your wife, now you penny pinching. That will show that you actually are retracting the value that you have. You did all these things for these people, and all of a sudden, if I'm the most special person, all of a sudden you are not bringing the same value. So it's just to make it's just that just because you change and just because now you know better, that doesn't change the fact that all he's saying is that you gave the best of years of your life or the best ability you got to men that you claim you didn't like, and now I have to pay an extra price for something that is not giving me the same thing as those men got. It's just
okay,
that.
but I'm confused. Y'all saying, are we doing things for men we don't like?
You know, Tommy, you can reply and then Tommy can get in and interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, I feel like y'all saying two different things. 1 minute is you doing it for people you don't like. Then it was you're doing it for people who were not good to you, right? So if I'm doing something constantly for somebody I don't like, I have a problem. If I'm paying cash apps, if I am buying gifts, and you just said I'm doing all these things for people I don't like, that makes no sense.
I don't know how to stop processing in your head. You know, human beings lie. Right? Like that's a thing. If I don't like them, why am I doing it? Because you like them. Like I need a Twilight song to play right now. How is this not processing? I do not like kissing guys. Yeah, but guess what? Every Wednesday, who's that? John.
Oh, this nigga again.
that's all it is. How are you not catching this? She was doing good in the beginning.
Man, look, they've been making her deal with Illogic for a little while. It is not working no more.
I like chocolate. I like women. You can't have them in a logic circle for too long. You gotta give them breaks. You gotta say, good job, Jazz. Like, go get yourself a fruit cup. She did a good job. Now she's here for too long. It's like a fullback you have playing speed back for too long.
Yeah, you on what is it? 2-minute drill. Running full on scat back moves doing a 2-minute drill. That nigga gonna die.
I got one play. After this, what am I doing here?
No.
Why would I? Wait a minute.
You claim, Jazz. No, you claim. No, Jazz. 1 second, Jazz. You claim you don't like. You claim you don't like your baby daddy.
I claim I don't like these men, and I am doing things for these men. Something ain't right.
She just tired.
Yes, but that's the point. That's what we're saying. If Prison Bay don't have to have a job and you are sucking his dick and going out with him and doing all these things, and then you meet the guy that is your husband and you say you have to have a job and have 6 figures and you have to be tall and you have to be responsible. What we're saying is that you are giving your best years to men that you claim you never liked and never did nothing for you. And now that you meet this guy that is capable, reliable.
Oh,
Lady Gray.
Did she claim? Did she say that she never liked those guys?
This is what he's saying, Jazz.
No, but wait, no. Before I forget this, wait, no, Ali, no, because I need y'all to understand how y'all are conflating 2 different concepts. If I'm doing something, doing something for somebody that doesn't like you is unrequited love, right?
No.
Okay.
She's never gonna grab. She's not gonna catch the point.
She trying to make the point connect to what she think her point is. Like she's trying to force them to be together. That's
called shoehorning.
Yeah. I got you.
You're okay. Okay, but
Let me just clarify so you can respond to it. Let me clarify. Let me just
wait. No. Because what he's saying is, I was doing something for somebody that I claim I didn't like. I was doing something for somebody I claim I didn't like. I was doing something for somebody I claim I didn't like.
The hell was that Umar just happened?
Yeah, how she's repeating herself.
That nigga chanting.
That means something is wrong with me. Because why would I be doing something for somebody that
you like
I don't like?
She did.
Because you are lying. Because you like him.
Right.
You just claim means I'm claiming. Hey, Jazz, please.
When do I claim that I don't like them?
Jazz, you have to listen. If you ask me, Fetty, do you like hoes? I don't love these hoes. And every time you see me, I'm outside with hoes, spending on hoes, taking picture with hoes, posting with hoes. I'm just claiming I don't like them, but I actually do. Yeah. And then when my woman comes around, oh, I don't spend money anymore because I change. Wait, so you spend money on hoes that you claim you don't like, but me that you say you like, me that is the mother of your kids, me that is going to be your wife, now you don't want to spend money? That's crazy.
You look in her eyes, she's now realized she effed up the whole time. I pray what I just said is true.
What Ali is saying is you're going to give everything to these guys you say you don't like, and that are souls, like the woman says. And when you get exhausted of these jerks, now you go to a guy that you are willing to probably do half of the things you did, just because technically and respectfully, the man that most of y'all women married is not the man of your life. Is not the man that you think on the back of your head that you remember. Most of these men are security plans. Most of these men are retirement plans. They are not the genuine guy that you like. Oh my God, I still remember. And this is what we're saying. The good guy, the responsible guy, is getting the short end of the stick, while the guy that is popular, the guy that has money, is getting the best of you. That's what Tommy was saying. Tommy was doing.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, I'm not.
There's 1 second. Tommy was doing threesomes with a woman. She deemed Tommy valuable, so she did a threesome with him. And to the guy that she doesn't like as much, or she didn't business as well, I don't know one night stands. You are doing like you are selling for the sick people, and you are selling for the hospital. Like you are giving yourself to the sick people, and then says, I don't like these people. I like the people inside of I like the ill people, the people in the hospital. You can be doing both. Okay? Or you can be doing both, but if you do both, you have to claim both. Don't come around and say, I don't do that shit, when most of y'all either still doing it or did it at some point.
Big screen. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was actually quite exhausting that she couldn't process that.
But she came in defensive of like whatever their points were.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like at some point decided she was gonna try to understand, but that don't mean she stopped thinking she thought was right.
You know what really happened was it was the fact that she had a friend, the lady who looked like she was part of the Beatles.
Yeah, Alexis. Yeah, Alexis.
No, can I? No, because the thing is,
it's better now because you're closer.
You said y'all no longer picking the wrong.
No, Alexis, put your ear.
She had that friend, then she ran off to like, We can't both build a foundation and then you run off and you want me to carry it all by myself.
That's because the other nigga knew that foundation was flawed.
That was the person you do not go to war with. That's the guy who become those guys crying in the corner, and in Saving Private Ryan, say, help me. So she did more. Instead of holding the rifle and crying, she stood up and ran. She literally left you.
That dude walking around trying to figure out how to put his arm back on.
You know what Jazz supposed to do? If I was Jazz, this one went this way at all. As soon as she ran, all friendly fire. I would say this. Look at her running, being emotional.
Right? Yeah.
I would look at everybody. So I would switch sides so fast. Jazz. She did good in the beginning. It was like an actual, just a good type of argument. And then as it kept going, you seen her eyes get wider and she got more lost.
She didn't have a good argument, but she could handle the criticism without just sounding stupid.
Well, I don't even know if she can handle that. Now think about it. She insulted herself twice as a patronizing.
She did. At some point, I'm like, maybe she's retarded. I don't
Retarded
know.
people don't call themselves retarded. They call themselves superheroes and stuff like that. Like whenever Halloween comes around, you call yourself Batman.
No, I am Batman, nigga.
See, everybody, even people that we deem as intelligent sometimes, they don't know what you look like, so you're still good.
Yeah.
Pray to me.
Tommy is what set off this whole little thing when he told him the backstories of things he encountered. Because if you think about it, what he said, what Fatty ended with was it worked really well together. Like what Fatty was basically saying, women are like car salesmen, and then they get mad that you look at them like car salesmen. Car salesmen can pick what they give you as the price,
and then they pretend when they go to the back like they talking to a person. They actually went back there and looked through the window and just staring at you the whole time.
They don't want you to judge them for being car salesmen. That's
even though we do.
Yeah, so that's what women dealing with. It's like you went and played price games, and now niggas don't like you, and you mad. Stop doing that.
Oh, you ain't know what that was? Oh, that doo-doo, baby.
Okay, it's this one now.
Gonna be one guy in this video, I think it'll be two guys. Or is it gonna be the men against the women? It could easily become that. Just to sum it all up, this is accountability about do women apologize? My answer is you gonna be waiting if you expecting it. But hold up, just hitting this video, need to hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit notification bell. In the comment section, give me a thumbs up or a heart. Just let me know that's real. But let's waste some more time. Let's roll the clip.
Oh, you ain't know what that was? Oh, that doo-doo, baby.
I agree. I think that there's like an implied victimhood when it comes to women.
Facts.
Especially in relationships. If a relationship ends and you don't know nothing else about it, first thought is, well, what did he do to end it?
So this is tonight's conversation. Let go. I forget tonight conversation dude name, and then Trill from that defunct show that he used to be on. His name is what is his name? Ace Metaphor.
If a man cheats, he's just a horrible person. How can you disrespect your relationship like that? A woman cheats. Well, what did he do to make her cheat? Parenting. If a dad's a horrible dad, he's not in the kid's life. Oh, you're deadbeat. He this, he that, he da-da-da. A woman's a horrible mother. Whoa. Big Mama did the best she could. Yeah. Right? There's an implied victimhood. And because of that, we've been kind of programmed to like see women and like not hold them accountable. That's why even when we were discussing like holding them accountable for things within a relationship, if she starts crying, most men will be like, okay, you know what?
Shut down. Yeah. And then Cheyenne Bryant, They just got through exposing her and her girlfriend and all this stuff. So we're gonna find that clip too.
You got it. You see what I'm saying? Instead of like, no. Finish the tears, but we're going to get back to the shit we was talking about. But again, there's an implied victimhood, like she's the weaker vessel or whatever, so we kind of treat her like that. Even as kids, like if a boy does something wrong, we get dead on his ass. I see young boys getting punched in the chest and all type of shit to like make them tougher. Little girl do something wrong, somebody raise their tone to, whoa, don't talk to my baby like that. Who the hell is you talking to? You know what I mean? So it's an implied victimhood. It starts young, and then, you know, we expect them to have accountability as adults when they never practiced it at a younger age.
Now, does these thoughts go hand in hand, though? If we're pushing for a lot of men to be leaders, and we take pride in that leadership, and we also chastise women for not necessarily following said leadership in relationships, is there some sense of, okay, well, those two things go hand in hand? There should be less accountability on this partner because essentially they're not the leader in the relationship. So when you're talking about the relationship failing, what did he do? Is that part of what comes with leadership in a relationship?
Yeah, like the first woman that ever apologized to me sitting right behind me, y'all can't see her on camera, but my wife is back here. And let me ask y'all this as men, has any woman ever offered you an apology?
Man, listen. Women apologize. The apologies that I be getting is, I apologize for how you made me feel.
And the apology that I've gotten is, so you want something to eat?
Right. I know, like, hey, but you know what? Not to take it there. You know the best type of apologies.
You want some head? You want some head?
That is why y'all failed.
And see, now they gave her some ammo to say, because y'all move with y'all penis, then that's why y'all going through what y'all going through, because she doesn't really have to apologize. She can just make you a sandwich and give you some sloppy toppy. Let's see. Gotta mute this. There we go.
Women accountable because you think with your penis.
That's right.
An apology to you guys and accountability to you guys looks like solving your sexual desires and pleasures. And so then when problems escalate and they get to the next level, and now this woman only knows how to cry or only knows how to come and serve you sexually, it's not good enough. But that is the behavior that you groomed because of what just came out of your mouth.
True. So what?
Whoa! That's not true at all. What you just said. It's like you literally
Yeah, but you shouldn't be going for the whole sandwich and get some head, because that's not an apology. That's a deflection. I know what you want. Stop acting like you're mad. Just come on. That's not solving nothing.
But women are the children of our society. Like we are all ran by men, right? Just the world, right? It's called patriarchy, right? So the more we are able to just look at women and just say, okay, my job as a man is to not just provide and protect, but in some type of way, for a lot of women, not for every, because we talked about this, to father our women, right? And it's actually a good thing. So to a certain degree, if your woman is at work, as an example, and this is an example of fathering a woman, your woman is at work and she's like, I can't believe my coworker is trying to get me fired, right? As the man, you don't really care because you don't know what to do. But as a man, you say, you want me to come up there and slap her, right? And you're joking, but you give her a feeling of, hey, what you want me to do? You can't do nothing about this situation, but you jump in and say, what do you want me to do? You can't do nothing, but it makes her feel like, ooh, he gonna come up here and slap all you bitches.
Let me tell you my problem with that.
Here's what it comes from, though. It comes from how you take care of your daughter. I have 2 daughters. If one of my
you probably did hear it, but I was asleep, remember? So now I'm responding to it because that day I was asleep. Mr. Lego been saying the same thing. I don't know, since I've seen him, he's been saying this stuff. I wonder if he's still selling them cards. Trapped in a Drive-Thru parody, R. Kelly, Weird Al. November 21st. Oh my goodness, where's the Trapped in a Drive-Thru parody at? Let me see, YouTube. Studio. 69. View options. See details. Trim segment. Continue. Oh, that's from the other day. My goodness. It ain't easy being cheesy.
daughters, like when they were little, say there's a boogeyman in the closet, I'm not going to say, well, logically speaking, there are no boogeymans in closets. That's what a lot of men do to women. Well, there's nothing I can do. No, you jump into it. What? There's a boogeyman? And you go in the closet, you open the doors and you act crazy or whatever, and you say, baby, I just took care of.
I'm positive there's no grown woman going for that. What, you want me to come up to the job? What did she say? Yeah, come up here. Rush up here. I want to see you do it.
The boogeyman. Now you can go to sleep. And she goes to sleep. And if you do the same thing to your woman, guess what? She feels protected even though you ain't do nothing.
Can I?
Well, that's just a manipulation tactic. That's all you just say. You manipulate women into feeling this thing instead of having them use their brain. That's what you just said. In actual today's society, what you're saying, Mr. Lego, is the reason why we're in this predicament. We're in this.
There you go. There you go. But let's see. We only played this clip to get around to. Let me see. Not Ace Metaphor. Not her. Right here.
My opinion that sometimes some women pick and choose when they want to be equal partners.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so maybe the question is to the men, right? Is what does accountability look like to y'all from us, so that we have a better understanding of what that is? Because for some women who are, deeming accountability as sexual acts, maybe in her idea of however she was groomed, that's her belief of what she's in alignment with. But maybe
why do you keep saying this? Okay, first off, let's get one thing straight. Is there some like that? There's some traumatized women who have been destroyed. Yeah, I'll give you that. Majority is not. Majority understand what accountability is, because what the other lady said, which I disagreed. Nigga, if you expect me to apologize out my mouth, why would you think your side is different? That don't even make sense to me. Maybe you should tell me what you think accountability looks like. You know what it looks like. You're an adult. You have a license. You are allowed to drive cars. You are actually allowed to drive cars, which you can take that car and make it a lethal weapon. Okay, you know what it is. Open your mouth and say, my bad, I'm sorry, and then don't do that shit again. You know what it is. Y'all are playing games right now, and I'm not for it. Okay, maybe y'all only doing this just for the conversation, because y'all want to keep the conversation going. But nigga, I'm not playing these games with y'all. You know what the fuck this thing is. It's crazy.
If y'all haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Like the video. Like, comment, subscribe. If you have not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Refresh. Let's see what the likes are like. I got 12 likes. Like the stream, everyone. Like the stream. Let's see. We moving forward. We're moving forward. Go right here. Street Media TV, Mr. George Macon. Break down the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant girlfriend just ruined her career by exposing her.
You could be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You know, if you're charismatic enough, you're a good orator. You can speak. You know, you can hold a crowd. If you look like something, if you're a woman, you show a little boob, show a little leg, you get a bunch of thirsty people, they'll tune in to listen to you. A lot of times, man, if you can just talk good enough, you don't even have to show your face, right? This is what the internet has done, right? You can be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You can come online and you can make a whole bunch of money, right? So now the new thing that people are doing now is being these relationship gurus, right? These people that ain't been in a marriage for 10 seconds, but they can tell you how you should be married. They don't have no children. They can tell you how you should raise up your children. They got all this advice for you. Today, I'm talking about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Now, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, we know this. We seen her on Nick Cannon's show, and you know, she was telling Nick Cannon what to do, and you know, and how he was doing women wrong, and giving him all this advice, right? Then she went on the Cam Newton show. She was doing the same thing, right? So when she went on to Paul Pierce show, she started to get off onto that, and Paul Pierce said, he flipped the script and he said, wait a minute, I want to know about you. I want to hear some things about you. And it went like this.
What do that entail for a 42-year-old?
I am dating,
but single,
enjoying my life. I have really good companions.
How many do you dating right now?
I'm not exclusively committed to anyone, but I have one guy that I have dated off and on for 5 years.
Got her.
We dated for 5 years.
It would help if I wasn't muted. They do that one too, where they've been banging this dude since high school because they want to keep their body count low. So she says she's been consistently off and on dating this particular guy. We're gonna see if that's a guy or not. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel.
So you was his work for 5 years? You been his work? You still his work?
Oh my God.
So Paul Pierce from the street, he started putting her on a hot seat and start asking her questions about her own love life, right? And she starts sputtering and stuttering, right? And saying that she's been dealing with this same man for the last 5 years. She's been spinning the block. Now, mind you, this woman is in her 40s. She don't have no children. She's never been married. So you just offering up the cakes for the last 5 years for nothing. No sacrifice, no commitment, no nothing, right? But yet and still, she out here giving women this type of advice. And those of us that got a brain, we saw this coming a mile away. I've been married to the same woman for 25 years. I understand the sacrifice, the commitment, everything that it entails on actually raising children and being with a woman and being responsible for a family. She ain't never lived this life. How you out here talking, doing basically something I should be doing? Like, where's your experience, right? So Corey Holcomb, he got wind of what she was doing. He said this.
Paul Pierce is more street fortified than any of them seen her talking to on the internet. So he was like, hold on, wait. And he started talking to her like talk to a bitch, and she just herself because she didn't have an answer. She created an AI and lied on him, and he ain't never did nothing to her. She created an AI individual, this so-called dude that she say exists. That dude don't exist, y'all.
So you even had women, because women usually are supporters of each other, even if a woman knows that another woman is wrong, but men are calling her out for it. A lot of times women will still support that woman, unfortunately, right? But even women are calling this woman.
Well, that other doctor's the same way too. Fontenette, they just ain't got no dirt on her yet. Let me see. We actually need some support on the channel, y'all. We actually need your bread. I'm asking for money now.
I need a dollar, that's what I need.
Hello, bro, I'm trying to get the money. Talk to me about money.
Where is the money?
We need our money.
Don't you think it's about time you gave me my money?
Support the situation. Is money is love.
You could donate on PayPal now, and you can donate on the Cash App.
Thank you very much. All right.
Now, and they're saying that she's part of the LGBTQ community. Not me. Women are calling her out for it. They're saying that she's grifting. She's not telling the truth. The very message that she's giving people, she's an enemy to her own message. She's not standing on truth whatsoever. They're saying this.
Oh, Dr. Cheyenne is a lesbian. I knew that anyway, judging by her entourage and people that she had surrounding her. Oh, my bad. Allegedly. But the message still remained the same. Y'all sit up there and listen to the pastor every day. Go to the church knowing that the pastor still like the same, fornicating, committing adultery, even like little bitty. But that still don't stop y'all, does it?
Now, again, women know women, right? Women always say that. Y'all know each other more than we ever do. Y'all pay attention to the tiny details that us as men, we may not see, right? So now this woman is saying, I can tell by her entourage. I can tell by this. Now, mind you, all this is alleged because I don't know this woman. But this is what women is saying. Now, the most damning thing came from Tasha K. Now, this is the thing. Tasha K and Corey Holcomb don't get along at all. Corey Holcomb was trying to sue Tasha K for some of the allegations and things that she put out there about him. But guess what? They agree on this topic. They agree that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is a fraud. Now, Tasha K was she called out her audience and she called out a lot of black women saying, how could you follow this woman? I've been married, Tasha K said, I've been married for 20 years. raising family, I understand the sacrifice, the commitment of what it takes. This woman come up here and just start espousing whatever, and y'all just believe her? Why? She started really going in, but she started exposing also this.
So backstory on Dr. Bryant. So Dr. Bryant, who y'all been praising for her ability to check men and I guess lead modern women into setting higher standards for themselves, is a gay woman and hasn't come out and told y'all that she's gay because it will ruin her brand. Because remember, Cam came at her and was like, you know, are you married? She was like, no. Are you have any kids? No. How are you going to check me and try to tell me what's right when you don't like men at all? So, you know, you have no business being in this conversation. And so she had a girlfriend that is best friends with Cam Newton. And the girlfriend, because Dr. Cheyenne had went to school for psychology from University of Phoenix, needed to somehow get her brand out there, but she could not do it being a fully lesbian woman, right? And so she had to pretend to like men, to be this expert for women who are looking for men, who are looking for marriage, when she didn't desire any of that. She was basically just trying to build her brand and public image.
Now, Tasha K was alluding to her friend that was like her friend. Her friend was cool. Her friend was cool with Cam Newton, and she was the one that got her on the show to help boost her career. Now, Cam thought he was doing her a favor. Remember, he didn't know he was ambushed and blindsided. Now, I'm no friend of Cam because Cam to me is into a whole bunch of wild stuff as well. But he's not out public either, right? But he felt like he was ambushed by the way that she came up there to actually push her brand, where she started to push her brand on him and his lifestyle. And that wasn't what she was coming on to the show to actually do, right? So when he got wind that she wasn't even living the lifestyle that she actually claimed, right? Him and her girlfriend and the girl he was cool with, they fell out. They ended up falling out because he was like, well, damn, like, what y'all trying to play me, right? Because she's on there just pushing her brand while using him, to make him look like a fool, right? But she's now trying to run interference and defend herself against these allegations by making this statement.
The pink elephant in the room.
Listen, y'all, I have often been accused of being a queer, a lesbian, and having a fine ass woman hiding in the closet. But I'm also a strong Christian and I know my Bible well, okay? But as a heterosexual woman, straight woman, how can I answer that question, y'all, and be strong in my opinion without being accused of being homophobic?
Now, Dr. Bryan is a liar because you don't have to be homophobic to say that you disagree with homosexuality, but you don't hate people. You still love your people. You could disagree with something. The Bible says what it says clearly. That doesn't make you homophobic. That makes you, and on top of that, you can still love your people because no matter how much I love my gay cousin, I can't ungay him. He's still my cousin. I still love him. I don't like his lifestyle. That's it. I'm entitled to have that.
Wait. Whose subs is hidden? How do you hide subs? Y'all can't see the front of this page right here? Right next to my name? Who's hidden subs and who hides subs? Right there you see Nightish, hobbies and reviews, and then right under there you see the subscriber count. It's 169 subscribers. Yeah, we need 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours to get monetized. So subscribe to the channel so we can get to 500 and then we'll work on the watch hours. Same routine. There's nothing hidden over here. If I fall asleep, y'all know I'm asleep. There's nothing hidden over here. If I'm drinking, y'all know I'm drinking. Nothing's hidden.
Right? I'm not entitled to harm him or do anything like that, and I wouldn't because that's my family. I love him, right? So she's full of crap, right? So the people online, they start saying Black Love Coach Cheyenne Bryant gay. Seen with a stud. Now, she's allegedly supposed to be seen with this woman, Ty Young, who was an ex NBA player. But then they had this image of her, Go Birds. I didn't know that she was an Eagles fan. Go Birds, and you can see her fingernails right there, right? And when you see that image, and then you go right on to the next image, you see those same fingernails, and she's having a dinner for two. Now, this dinner for two is supposed to be with Ty Young's birthday bash, right? And her and Ty Young, they out there shindigging, having a dinner together. But again, this woman is alleging that she's not part of that lifestyle. But yet and still, now some would say, well, it don't matter if she's a part of that lifestyle or not. She can still give information. Yeah, but you still have to be about your message. You out here saying you're a Christian. That's not part of this. She can't do that because it will mess her brand up on what she's trying to do. So now the woman, Ty Young, she put out this text and she said, I can't stand the fact that people will go on public platforms and tell bold-faced lies. Wow. Now, who was that to? Because you can see that there's a connection and they're connected. And like I said, this woman, she's out the closet. She's not hiding.
Well, they both got the same necklace on.
Her life is her life, and we all respect it, right? But Cheyenne Bryant is allegedly trying to live a double life, while at the same time trying to tell people how they should be in their relationships. So like I said, man, this thing is a joke, man. She getting exposed, man. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to.
Yeah. Like, for instance, look at Chalk. Chalk just be over here on BS. If the number is hidden, how is it Auntie low key can see it? We got people over here just making up stuff when it comes to me. Rufus say I blocked him. Nobody's blocked. I don't ever block anyone. No one is blocked. That's why you keep seeing them come over here. Nobody is blocked. And I've never heard of somebody hiding their subscribers. How do you do that? Let me look out here and see if I see a start time. If I get on the red bar, it says I've been on for an hour and 24 minutes. The link is pinned to the top. It's pinned to the top on the landscape side, not in the vertical. Let me see. Yeah, Chalk just be over here on BS. Just every day on BS. Just saboteur. Dollar for dollar. Can you see how many subscribers I got? Zoomer, can you see how many subscribers I got? Miss Jill, can you see how many subscribers I have? Look under my name. See if you can see how many subscribers I have. We'll get other people to give us some reference. So a dollar for dollar wrote it down. Miss Jill wrote it down. My Reed wrote it down. So that's what I'm saying. Chuck, you just be over here on BS, and I don't understand why. What's that hating for? And what difference does it make? Support the channel by supporting the channel. That's all. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, hit the Venmo, hit the Zelle, hit the like button, comment, subscribe. Stop, he sleep now. It's because it's quiet. It's this now because it's this. And he don't like this, and it's this, and it's this. What is that about, lady? Anyway, good morning, Myrie. Good morning, Zuma. Good morning, Miss Jill. Good morning, Dollar Washer. Good morning, LA. Good morning to Chalk too. Good morning, Myrie. Just a little less hate, sis. Hate is a disease. SD, joy is real. Child, listen, I'm not clicking on your channel. It's not under the video. It's hidden. How 4 or 5 people see it though? You just on BS, and you always be on BS. All the time. Ask a Brother podcast. Interviewing T. Hassan Johnson. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson.
All right, y'all. So, and then last but not least, for everybody so last time I made the announcement 3 minutes ago, we were at about 50.
And honor's mine, man. I appreciate it. Like I said, I enjoy where you're going. I enjoy what your channel is doing. And I'm looking forward to seeing where it heads from here. So,
listen, I appreciate this for sure, and I'm super excited. So real quick, y'all, if because I'm going to be focusing so much on our conversation, and a lot of y'all telling me to focus to make sure I'm listening. I'm always listening.
Let's see. So let's talk to Chalk again. So Chalk says it isn't hate, Riri. Well, you mean calling me Riri is positive? You mean when you call me Riri, you're being complimentary? And you do this often. Then you'll be in the chat talking about, if I respond to it, now I'm being mean. What's wrong with Night? Why not just Night instead of Riri?
But y'all want me to make sure I'm really, really listening. I'm going to keep an eyeball out for the super chat. So the same person that just now, the super chats or the comments, and I'm going to try to prioritize to read in between our conversations. And over time, I may casually see other people's comments, but there's already 50 comments, and I've only been running this for 10 minutes. So it's not that I'm ignoring everybody. I just want to be more present in the conversation and kind of let it flow for sure. Doctor, why don't you let everybody know a little bit about your background in terms of education and how you kind of were started to see as like one of the main faces of the studying of masculinity.
And then like they call us feeding the troll. Time Chalk out, y'all. Let her rest in her pronouns or whatever it is she is. If you don't care, shut the hell up then. Close your mouth. Stop typing. Rest your fingers.
And specifically Black masculinism.
Oh man. Well, let me see. Bachelor's in Africana Studies and Philosophy out of Cal State Dominguez Hills. Master's in African American Studies, Temple University. Doctorate in Cultural Studies out of Claremont Graduate University. And I've been teaching here at Fresno State for 17 years. I've been teaching university level for 27. I started teaching university level at 21 years old. So, it started out pretty young. So it's almost 30 years as far as that. But I didn't actually start focusing on Black males in my research until after I got to Fresno State. And, prior to that, I'd only pretty much been introduced to Black feminism as far as gender was concerned. So it wasn't until after that I started doing that research and really discovering what wasn't said about Black males. So that went on for a number of years. And then I ran into Dr. Tommy Curry, and then we have a small cadre of brothers that, helped kind of formulate Black male studies. And Tommy kicked it all off with the Man Not. And we've all just been working to build from there. So there's a small group of a growing number of Black male scholars that have been coming up, getting doctorates in writing, putting out books. And, that's the work we've been doing. So that's probably been, I think I met Tommy maybe 11, 12 years ago, something like that. So we've been kicking it off from there. So, that's kind of how it's been, how it started, and it's kind of where it's going. But a lot of it was really just on the ground. I mean, I started teaching a Black male studies class before we had that terminology here at Fresno State. And I mainly was doing it because I saw how Black males were being treated. I saw they didn't have much support, particularly here at Fresno. And I've told this story before, but the very first day that I taught the class, I hadn't even walked into the room yet. There was a military recruiter and there was a police detective at the front door waiting for me. And I didn't even know who was taking my class yet. Hadn't opened the door, had no idea who was sitting in there. The military recruiter wanted to, before I even gave my first lecture, he wanted to take the stage to invite some of my students to join the military and leave college. And the other guy was looking for a brother who was accused of knocking over a liquor store. And he wanted me to go in and point him out. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because it framed why Black male studies was so necessary. Because even in regard to how the public engaged us, the way they saw us was either somebody that needs to be, in the military or somebody that needs to go to jail. Now,
So, voices for the men without voices, to talk about these things that people seem to blow over, and these cases that don't nobody know nothing about. And then if you listen to some people like Chalk, it'd be shut up, get over it. Don't nobody care. Don't nobody listen to Black men. They'll do that every day and say, that's not some gender stuff. Y'all broke, y'all dumb. It just be rocking out. I don't care what you think. We don't have to pick no sides. Don't nobody want y'all no way. A whole damn chat. I'm like, what did that even have to do with the topics that we're talking about right now? We got a woman that don't want a man at all telling women how to be with men. And then if the men talk about the things that happened to him, because when you think about the Man Not book, that's about the kid, George Stentley, I believe his name was, who got put in the electric chair as a kid. So they see our children as adults.
That was before the first lecture was given. That was before I could even look at the students in my class. So that was the context for what really started to get me into this. Made me want to push more.
Wow. That makes sense. And in hindsight, a lot of the guys that we're thinking of, like you, Dr. Tommy Curry, and others, we didn't realize the need for this until you guys actually put it out there, because we were all experiencing something when we grew up in certain environments in our home. We didn't realize what was actually happening to boys and men, especially to like Black boys and men. It was just what everybody was kind of used to. And I'm sure as we dive into it and we kind of get to the gist of what those nuances were, it'll start to flesh out more for the audience what it is that why this was such an important thing to actually create a study out of. Recently, a lot more people over the last month or two have been talking so much about a woman by the name of Helen Andrews. right? And she had did an essay or article or essay rather, and she spoke, and it was on the great feminization of Western civilization.
Right.
I was extremely impressed with how nuanced and in-depth she was about it, and how she was able to scale it and track what it did and how it changed and morphed over time. What were your initial thoughts about her, the great feminization of Western civilization presentation? Like, what do you think about it? What did she get right? Yeah, just overall, what was your opinion about it?
Well, my first thought, I was surprised. I mean, I'm like, this is a conservative white woman, and they're kicking. I mean, because it's more than her. I mean, there were some white women scholars I ran into last year on YouTube that have done some work, and they were talking about feminization in the academy and whatnot, and they were as critical as she. I think hers was more general. They were more specific to the academy, but I was still blown away that this conversation is coming out of women and on the right. You know, I didn't see any of that coming. It really kind of blindsided me. And the nature of the critique was sound, addressing the shift in the culture in institutions to, you know, practices that are more accessible and practiced more so by women. I didn't expect that at all. I was blown away by it. But after the initial kind of, you know, shock from it, when I thought about it, I said, well, as far as Black men are concerned, you know, we're the canaries in the mine on this. You know what I mean? In terms of the Black community, we've dealt with feminization much longer, in a different kind of way. So, you know, I wanted to, in my last show, just really start off and have a conversation about how much I appreciate where feminization is going as a critique, as a means of analyzing what's going on in everything from the job market to workplace climate to politics and so on and so forth. But there's always a unique kind of shift in the Black community from the larger mainstream, because we kind of run into things differently. We have a different history, we have a different narrative. And so I kind of always want to maintain how we were introduced to these ideas. So whereas you have white folk who are really starting to examine this question of feminization within the last 5 years, in terms of how Helen Andrews framed it, we can talk about it going back to the 1970s and 80s in popular media. We can talk about it in terms of the workplace and the schools. We can talk about graduation rates, graduate school. We can there's so many different areas where we can have this conversation where, as you said earlier, I saw these things, but I didn't really have a frame of reference for what I was seeing. I just saw them. I just experienced them. There's, like, for example, just off the cuff, there's been no college campus I've been to, as far as Black students and faculty are concerned, where I've seen more men than women. Not one. I never thought about that. I just went to school.
Yeah. At least, would you say in the last, like, what, 20, 30 years?
Probably. About the last 30, yeah. I started college in 92. Everywhere I saw it was more, but I didn't even process that at the time.
Same.
You know, I really came to that in retrospect when I thought about it, but I just accepted what I saw and I left it at that. I had no idea about what the implications of that were, and how that even affected, you know, college professors in terms of Black men and Black women and how that would play out. So these kinds of things she's pointing to as far as feminization is concerned, for a lot of us, it's going to be a lot of retrospection that needs to kind of take place. We're going to have to go back and recount, because for us, it's been something we can acknowledge for much longer than some of these other groups. And so, and that doesn't necessarily have to, you know, kick off any negativity. It's just acknowledging what is. And so I think Andrews kind of opened a door to a conversation that we were touching on in these Black spaces on YouTube, but I think she kind of framed it on a larger scale, and that allows us to kind of open that discussion up.
I appreciate that. Now, you had mentioned earlier that you felt like Black boys and men were experiencing this great feminization of a particular culture or society earlier. What examples can you give to kind of explain, especially for those who are hearing the whole great feminization of Western civilization? They're probably hearing this for the first time. Like they may have heard about, like, gender wars. They may have heard about, like, men and women not getting along and the divorce rates. But from the starting with the Black community, and then we can kind of extrapolate or go to, like, the general population. What did you note of examples of what Black boys and men were experiencing in terms of the feminization of the culture?
Well, a lot of it started with the exclusion of Black boys, for example. I'll give you an example. Matter of fact, in the comment section of my last video, there's a brother that gets in there and he says, I have a young son, and I was trying to find books, children's books for my son. He said, I couldn't find any, but every one I did find were targeted for girls. I've had other fathers, and I went through this when my son was young, looking for everything from after-school programs to programs designed for Black boys. Overwhelmingly of the programs we found, they were targeted for girls. These are the kinds of low-level things we started to kind of notice, right? If you talk about the pedagogy in the K through 12 classroom, much of it, and this is, across race, much of it is fixated on defining the ideal student really as female. It's not targeted for boys. And so you kind of see how the impact has been. If you look at the graduation rates in the last 10 to 20 years, they're overwhelmingly more female than male, especially when you talk about those who are going into higher education as far as college is concerned. So you see these trends in different spaces. One of my main areas has been media analysis. And that started out because I was just teaching about stereotypes, and it was something I was drawn to. And as an 80s latchkey kid, my sister and I, all we did was watch movies. Mm-hmm. Again, it wasn't until retrospect that I started to really pay attention to what I'd grown up watching.
Yep. It was a lot of what we had. We had Give Me a Break, What's Happening, Moesha. There's a lot of single mothers. Not All in the Family. All in the Family is with Archie Bunker. The other one with they had the this was a lot of single mother TV shows. Who's the Boss? That Girl. Just went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Pedagogy. Taking an academic discipline is the study of how knowledge and skills are imparted in an educational context, and it's considered the interaction that takes place during learning. Yeah, they said that school is more geared towards the women because they can sit down and they work in groups better than boys. Boys more are visual, physical. They got to get up and do whatever else. So yeah, schools pretty much are shaped for women.
In this kind of framework from the 1980s onward, you talk about Black men and women and the narratives and experiences and even complaints that we have about everything from dating to marriage to so on and so forth. Black men really didn't have a platform on the same kind of scale that we saw happen with women. I mean, we had hip hop, we had comedy, they had Steven Spielberg directed movies. I mean, it was a global stage for a visual narrative about the experiences of Black women. You didn't see that same kind of access for Black men. Much of the time, we had to wait for Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, somebody else to say something that we kind of could have aligned with, but we didn't have a platform on that scale that we could really speak to. So there's so many different areas where you start to see this, but pulling them together wasn't the easiest thing to do because despite experiencing it, I really hadn't thought about it. If you think about whether or not you've ever had a Black male studies course, let alone degree, for those of you who went to college, it's not something you normally saw, right? You saw women's studies, you saw Africana studies, which in many ways is kind of overwhelmed in some respects with Black feminism. You really didn't see a framework for Black male studies. This is why it had to be introduced and created. The belief was anything that was happening in Africana studies.
Oh, excuse me, not Moesha, the Parkers. The girl from Moesha, the Parkers, Countess Vaughn. And was Monique her mother? I think Countess Vaughn and Monique, not Moesha, the Parkers.
For example, or Black studies outside of Black feminism was somehow considered masculine and whatnot. But it really wasn't. And when you really start to go through, particularly The Man Not with Tommy Curry's book, you really start to see what what conversation
As a
has.
matter of fact, what was that other one with Thea Vidal? Let me see. Thea Vidal was the mother on Moesha. Okay. Yeah, not Moesha, the Parkers. Oh no, this show was called Thea. Why am I mixing these two up? Let me see the casts. Where's the cast? Okay, here go the casts. Thea Vidal, Jason Weaver, Brandy Norwood, Brandon Jefferson, Cleavon Derricks, Yvette Wilson, Arvell Lowe, Wesley Jonathan, Miguel Nunez. So Thea, that's where Brandy was on, where she had a single mother. Thea. Okay, Thea debuted in 93, and then Moesha debuted in 96. So yeah, that's what I remember Brandy from. Before Moesha, she was on Thea. And then the people from Thea, like the light-skinned lady, she was on Thea's show with Brandy. So yeah, Thea is the show I'm thinking about, not Moesha.
Not been happening about Black males. That's when you first begin to really pay attention to it and see what's been missing. So, so that kind of focus is outside the discussion. So those are just some examples. If you want to talk about the percentage of male teachers versus female teachers from kindergarten through graduate school, what the differences are there in terms of that. And of course, especially in the Black world, the Black Academy, those are some of the differences we notice as well. So these kinds of differences in terms of whose narratives, whose voices are where, how they're acknowledged, what frame they're in, and who predominates in physical numbers in some of these spaces, it varies, but much
Let me see. So what she says, Stack said that them was big backs. Okay, so you had That's My Mama, What's Happening, That's My Mama, What's Happening, Thea, Give Me a Break. Yeah, they was hiring like the same women most of the time.
Time, you notice in retrospect how, especially the higher up you go, you tend to be the only male in the room, or at least that was the experience I had, and many of my cohort colleagues had the same kinds of experiences in the places they were in. And to this day, I still get Black males finishing doctorates, working on doctorates at various stages of it. I think I'm sitting on about 5 or 6 different doctoral committees. I got one Thursday who's actually defending, but I'm on about 5 or 6 of them because these males are looking to deal with Black males in their research, but they're being attacked sometimes by their own committee, sometimes by their own committee chair, because for the most part, it's Black feminists that are the only ones there, and they're, you know, kind of dealt with in a very hostile fashion, and they're looking for ideological support, you know, academic support, intellectual support, so that they can rationalize doing the work they want to do without being kicked out. And I've had a few of them experience that as well. But just trying to find resources, not only on Black men, but Black male scholars willing to talk about Black male studies, you know, there's a dearth of that aspect as far as that's concerned. So, you know, we could talk about, we can identify areas if you'd like, but
yeah. Well, you know what? Let's start with, you mentioned education and the overwhelming percentage of teachers being women or female. A lot of ladies, and even some men that may side with the ladies, that think that, well, what's the issue with that? Like, people get to choose what profession they want.
It's the presumption of choice. Crease say, give me a break. What? No, she was the maid, wasn't she? No, we went from talking about single mothers to a certain look and type. So we went from talking about single mothers to talking about the way people looked. It was like the same image, pretty much. But I do remember seeing families too, because what you had, Damon Wayans show, him and Tisha. Then you had Tracy Morgan show. You had the Jeffersons, Good Times. Moesha had a father. Whatever that show Urkel was on. Cosby Show. But it's the times that they were on. When I was younger, it was more so, like I said, That's My Mama, Sanford and Son. What are we looking at? Happy Days, Bonanza, Soap. So if it's a majority women and most of the women are feminists and most of the men support the feminist woman, there's that.
And they became teachers. So what's the issue with having such a heavy percentage of overwhelming majority of teachers being women? What could possibly be an issue?
Well, the people that predominate in a given space tend to set the culture. And this is what Helen Andrews was speaking to, really. And she was talking about, when women predominate in a certain space and they enact a culture that is gynofocal, and that becomes the standard for how things happen, it can become in and of itself alienating for men, right? So if you go back to teaching, if the majority of the teachers, especially, the lower grades you go from kindergarten upward, are female, then the culture tends to, especially the pedagogy, tends to respond in that way, tends to function in that way. And boys find that their rates of punishment go up. Detention, expulsion, these kinds of things tend to go up. And then, of course, when you start talking about medication, when you start talking about treatment for behavior, you notice that those things tend to go up as well. Very different if you go to Nation of Islam schools where they have male teachers and male classes, for example, very different response to the students, that whole kind of thing. So the people in the room tend to set the culture of the environment, and the culture of the environment more than often.
To this question, what difference does that make? If they're feminists, okay. And if they value themselves more than men, okay. So that means what? What does that mean? If they're feminists, they have an issue with the patriarchy. So that's one thing. If they value themselves more than men, because when we're talking about school, I think we're talking about boys. So you mean if they value themselves more than boys? Like, so would you say this to a boy? Would you say this to your son that he's fragile? Would you say this to your nephew that he's fragile? We talking about children.
Tends to benefit those that reflect the people in the room, and it operates very differently.
Like I was talking about George Stinley, the kid who got charged as an adult and they put in the electric chair. And Zoomer's response to that was, sometimes you got to shock a boy. So, and when you have that level of insensitivity, then leave the YNs alone. Let them rock out.
For those outside of that. So that tends to be part of the issue. You know, it's as far as who's in the room, who gets affected, who gets to say what, who gets honored, who gets cherished, who gets punished, who gets dismissed. And we've seen this across race. I mean, we've seen the study a couple of years ago where they actually tracked the eye movements of teachers in K through 12 classrooms, K through 6, I believe. And they were looking at which people they pay the most attention to, which children, and it tended to be Black children, especially Black male children, right? But these were coming from mostly white female teachers. And so you see in the dynamic of who they, and that was in terms of a punitive treatment, right? You see who they acknowledge as a problem, who they acknowledge as those who are doing well, and I witnessed that, with my own son growing up, in these environments. So the people in the room have a great deal of impact on who gets to do well, who gets to excel, and who doesn't. And that becomes a conversation unto itself. The other part of the problem is, and this is coming from many of the young male teachers I've dealt with, I too had this experience when I was teaching K through 12 in the 1990s. Often the culture can be very hostile to Black men moving into.
Let me see now. I think women are tired of putting men before themselves. When has this ever happened? We got 32 people in the building. When have women put themselves before men? When has that ever happened? What are some examples of this? Well, how does putting yourself in front of a man work? How does that work?
Teaching in a predominantly female space. One of the things we noticed is that the first things that would happen is they would often take the most challenging male students and put them all in the same room with whoever the male teacher is coming in. And many of us had these kind of experiences. You had difficulty getting support. You had difficulty, enacting programs and ideas you might have to help with the kids. But they kind of, if you were a male teacher coming in, they'd send you all the male students that were a problem, and then just kind of leave you to your own devices to deal with it, whether you were trained for that or not. And of course, the burnout level would be extremely high, but the most difficulty the Black male teachers I've associated with had wasn't necessarily with the kids. It was with the kind of limitation with the administration and even the other teachers on being able to expand on what's been happening in the classroom and how they could take it to another level. So I'm bringing that up to say, it's not just that the culture is influenced by the people there, but it can also be hostile to those that aren't part of that culture, that aren't part of that demographic and that's largely in position. And Black male teachers experience this even at Black schools with predominantly Black female teachers. And they talk about this at length in my spaces. And they've been doing that for, the last 8 or so years, about how, the climate is hostile to, that not only themselves, but the ideas they have about how they can help Black male children. That's the problem. And I noticed it even at first.
Well, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So if you make it unbalanced and you give all the power over to one person, they're going to take advantage of people. So they're going to do the thing that they say that patriarchy did to them. They're going to do it to men now. Get back. Revenge. The big payback. Yeah, Shicey Bum, you have some power in these YouTube streets. You have power. And a lot of times you abuse the power that you have. It's just natural based on what you said. Giving you power, giving you absolute power, you're going to abuse it. Get back.
There's no state. We have those kind of situations happen.
In fact, that's probably why all those people are so upset with you. You did something that triggered them all. That they was going off on me. How could you even? I'm like, what are y'all talking about? She talks shit everywhere. Everybody trolls though. Everybody talks shit. Even me. But I'm not trying to put my foot on women's neck and stand on their neck.
I first got there, we set up programs to help the kids. The majority of the faculty involved in those programs, just because of who was there in numbers, were Black women. And, the response from that, as far as the students, is when you started to go to events, when you started to go to programs, it was overwhelmingly Black female students that were being drawn in, because they were being drawn in by Black female staff and Black female faculty. I had to create a separate program just to get the males, because they felt isolated, they felt excluded, they felt left out, and they felt like nobody was even bothering to talk to them. So in other words, the women faculty were looking for women students. It hadn't dawned on them to go get the male students. They operated with what they were familiar with, and that was their focus. So the male students were just outside. So I had to.
Okay. Now here's Sin 7 Sin. A bit of the old and out is a reference from the movie Clockwork Orange. So in Clockwork Orange, they use what they call it, electric shock therapy on the boy. Give me a break. That was yeah, she was a maid. I never really watched My Three Sons. Different Strokes. They had a white maid. Mrs. Garrett was on Different Strokes, right? And then she went to The Facts of Life.
Go get them and bring them in and actually deal with them. And that for them was often the first time that, a faculty person took interest in them and directly, went to go get them and saw the value in their presence. But, a lot of young Black male students experienced that as well, kindergarten through college. So demographics play a huge role.
Yeah, and this person said, Rashad Walker said, this is what's not brought up when women say we need more male teachers. They don't think about the environment of what the female staff and faculty creates for those male teachers. It's not just about we need the male teachers to help with these male males, these young boys and students, it's also about, well, he's going to view the level of threat very differently when it comes to boys' behaviors, even outward behaviors, than many of the ladies will, where it's almost like he may potentially be more primed to be able to deal with it, be more patient with it, come up with other alternatives of how to address the behavior. Whereas a lot of ladies are kind of skewed with, once they feel something that feels a little threatening, their initial impulse is expulsion, is suspensions, is disciplinary. And like you mentioned, Dr. Umar would mention this as well, about when you move in that direction, and now the kid starts to be seen, especially from the mental health psychology side, as a problem. Now you're getting diagnosed with things, oppositional defiant disorder, ADHD. Oh, now we have to separate them into another class. We have to get them on meds. If the kid doesn't want to be in a smaller class, if the kid's now surrounded by other kids who are also causing issues, now starts the school to prison pipeline.
Yeah, you definitely see.
Okay.
When it comes to educators in America, Black men are one of the least represented groups. Even in Detroit, where most of the student body is Black, most of the teachers are not. We traveled to a city where a group there is not only encouraging the teachers they have, but finding ways to lift up young people to help fill the gaps, becoming the next generation of Black male educators.
And if we're talking about statistically, it does affect African Americans more than any other demographic.
They know that when they come into my class, they're gonna learn something new. They don't have to ever ask me like, what are we learning today? What are we doing today?
When we're working together one-on-one, when it's a group thing, that we practice these methods.
And I knew that there was a lack of mathematical and scientific knowledge of our African American youth, specifically with Black boys. So I wanted to make sure that, I gave back the importance of having a math and science background. And I also wanted to give back to my community as I grew up in the Detroit public school system, kindergarten through 12th grade, where it's always important to have a strong foundation in terms of relationship before you even get into any kind of content or anything like that. Because once you get that relationship, the kids look at it like anything is possible.
How did that make you feel when you and your father ended up saying some stuff that y'all didn't really, shouldn't have had no business saying?
Helping increase in diversity can help people feel like they belong there. And I think it's also valuable for our students to see a teaching staff that looks like them. If you don't have another Black male or someone that's had a similar experience to you, you may not feel supported, or you may not just enjoy what you're doing. When you think about why the number of Black males in the profession is declining, I think there's a number of reasons that may explain that. On average, Black males don't achieve or do as well in schools as students as their counterparts. So we find that Black males are suspended at higher rates. They're placed in special education classes at higher rates. If you're not having an enjoyable experience in the space, why would you then want to go to a college and go through all of that to return back to a space that you didn't find enjoyable?
And those terms are,
when it comes to the teachers, nationally, there's 1.3% of Black male.
American Indian, Asian, Hispanic, Black, Hispanic, and any race. Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, white, non-Hispanic. So the schools is predominantly white, 18.4%. The next group on this thing is Hispanic, any race, 2.3%. And then up under there is Black men, 1.3%. Study K through 12 from 2020 to 2021.
in our schools. So I was noticing that I was the only black male educator in a district of 20 elementary schools. And so for me, it really sort of got me thinking around, like, why am I one of the few to go into this, to do this work? I began to think about what are some ways in which we can begin to shift this narrative. How do we begin to engage younger people, younger males into the profession? So we decided to, like, let's think about starting a Black Male Educators Alliance. And I began to focus on Michigan. And so that sort of also helped to precipitate that sort of the idea and grow the idea in 2017. I was really hyper focus on getting quality teachers, but also really wanted to see if there's ways to engage the few black male teachers that are out there to come into my school. And so that works. Like we were able to recruit a great number of black male teachers at the elementary level. When I went to the middle high school, the same thing happened. So from there, I began to think, there's something to this.
Like, we don't have many times to interact with other black male teachers. Like, you have the other teachers, but we're fighting a different fight. I feel like I'm a full-time father. Like, I'm a teacher first, right? Well, I'm like teacher third. I'm a father figure first to my two classes, and then all the other kids who want to just engage with me.
What I've seen is, and I don't think that this is something only unique to Detroit, our students are experiencing traumatizing challenges every single day outside of the times of 8 a.m. and 4 o'clock. It is beheld upon not just Black teachers, but all teachers who are in front of kids to see what is the context. What is the context of our kids' lives before they come to us and after they leave us?
Unfortunately, a lot of our kids, I would say their confidence is almost shattered by the time they reach 9th grade because of what they see on the media, what's covered in the media, and basically the negative connotation of being a Detroit public school student. So I think it's my job to build their confidence up for the whole year that I have them, and maybe even throughout the time they're in high school.
Acknowledging somebody's feelings, right? Raise your hand if you got feelings. And I know we, monitor a little bit. So, BMEA's Youth Leadership Development Program, we implement an intergenerational mentor model that's really looking to increase the math and the literacy proficiency of our Black and brown boys in grades K through 5. And the way we actually get them to that space is really having them engage in issues that involve them. So we want to make sure that they are engaging in these leadership skills that they're going to have to utilize as they get older, being able to communicate, collaborate, and really being able to think creatively to solve those issues. Currently, we have 77 high school mentors within the Youth Leadership Development Program, and we have just under 250 elementary school mentees.
We believe our Youth Leadership Development Program has many benefits, but one is to help rebuild a pipeline of Black males interested in becoming teachers. And that program is an intergenerational model of mentoring in which you have site supervisors that serves as, mentors and supervisors to high school Black males who then work in the local elementary schools with Black.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see. There's another clock like dum 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 dum. Dum dum da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 dum. Boom boom. Dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum. Dum dum da 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum dum. Dum da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 dum. Let's see. Matter of fact, let's go here.
Here, I'm your host, Dr. Quincy L. Brooks, also known as the High Scholar. Got another quick hit with you today. You ain't seen me in a minute. I had some personal business to take care of, and hope you all are well. Dealing with this heat wave we got down here where I'm at. So hope you all are doing well. Let me kill all these. So here we go. This show today, we're focusing in on why I left education. I'm a black male teacher who was a public school teacher in K-12 education for a couple of years. And I've actually left education twice. Most recently in March 22nd, 2022. And this video is not going to necessarily indict any school system or indict any children necessarily. So I'm not going to name any names. However, this video will try to directly address some of the issues that I've heard others talk about why they left education, but I think it's a little different for black men. So I'm going to talk about really three separate things. Really the role of the teacher and how the role of the teacher has changed. The challenge of being a teacher as a black man and just being a black man in general. So let's start it off with public education gives this kind of snake oil, this idea that there's this great need for black men in education. And that is factual. However, education's response to it and how they treat black men when we're in the classroom doesn't validate that idea. So they tell you over and over again, like, oh my God, we need you to be in the classroom. You're gonna be a great role model. You're gonna do all these great things for these young black men, young black boys that we have in the classroom. You're gonna be exactly what we need. And that pulls you in and gets your heart all, warm and jittery until you start really doing the job and you start seeing that there's some really big issues here. So the first issue I want to address is just how hard it is to be a teacher. Like right now, it's almost like a lost cause to be a teacher because of how hard the job is. Between the difficulties you will have with classroom management in the classroom, the expectations of administration, as well as the central office, it's almost an impossible job. Like you have so much to do that you go into the job knowing you're overwhelmed and you can't do everything in a day. And I don't know any other job or many other jobs that you have the understanding going into it. And you also know it's going to be pretty thankless. Like most of the students will just come and go. And even the parents, some of them will show some gratitude. But when you do that in comparison of the ratio to how many are going to show the gratitude, it's really almost nothing. So just the job as a teacher already is difficult. In my job, I didn't even get a lunch break. Like literally, I had children in front of me during my time of eating food. After that food eating was over, they were still right there in front of me. And that was literally like 6 hours of my school day. And that just shows you, the classroom teaching assignment by itself is already difficult. It's already a hard job that is in society not getting the respect that it requires. And then you add to that being a black male teacher. So being a black male teacher is different than being any other identity teacher in the school because your demographic or who people identify you as or who you identify as is also seen as a mission in trying to improve their educational status. So as a Black male teacher, you will find yourself being asked questions about how can we improve Black boys' educational outcomes. And there's nothing wrong with that question. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that question. However, similar to other dynamics we have in society, how can me, one Black man, come into your school or county and try to give you this kind of magic bullet for all the Black boys you have in your county? Like, no one else has thought about anything else before now. No one else has thought about what they can do. It all falls on my feet. That's not fair to any Black male teacher. And not only are they going to ask you those questions, but they're actually going to start putting people in your face and in your classroom. I love them. I promise I do. I love them. But it becomes overwhelming when you got to deal with every Black boy and young Black man who comes in your classroom. And I don't mean that any disrespect to them, but you are a professional as well, and you understand that there's a certain threshold that people can endure having to counsel and rehabilitate students that others have now thrown away. So I had situations where I have been teaching for an entire semester, and I have a student come in. Out of the 5 months I'm going to have the students, this student comes in month 3, being charged with assault and battery. Which, okay, I can navigate this student. He's a young Black man, it's a young Black boy. It's not a bother as an educator. However, why do you see it appropriate to put him in my honors class? Why do you see it appropriate without telling me? Oftentimes I'm being used as a security or extra security guard or a guard dog in these classrooms. And that's just me as a Black male being a teacher. I'm seen as an extra body to address how to navigate the difficult students on campus. And that's what it's like to be a Black male teacher. I was a doctorate, as you guys know. I have a PhD in educational psychology, but I was teaching, difficult students, not the gifted students, but traditional students, and sometimes the most difficult of the traditional students. So it became such a weight that you have to leave the classroom because you're not being treated like other professionals in the setting. And I've already said that this profession is also treating these professionals at a detriment. There's also already a problem of how we're treating teachers in general. I'm a Black male teacher, which also adds and exacerbates that problem. Now, the biggest issue that I've ran into, and this what came to me more so the second stint in the classroom. I did 2 stints in the classroom. One after undergraduate, and then more recently after the pandemic, I did a stint in the classroom as well. And I have to admit, man, like, being a Black male doesn't turn off when I go into that school building and become a Black male teacher. So how society treats me will precipitate and trickle down onto how I'm treated in the school building by students, by staff, by administration, by anybody I come in contact with. So I have to still struggle with this deficit thinking of showing people how smart I am, really, because I'm a school teacher. And I know social studies, but there's always this implication of, because it's not going to be something, because of whatever, I have to prove how smart I am. I have to prove that I deserve respect and to be treated like a professional. And that's something that, as a Black male teacher, I shouldn't have to do. It's not something I should always have to run into. How I am perceived, even sexually, in a workspace where people are perceiving my interactions differently than they perceive interactions with other people. People feeling like it's okay to ask me questions that are inappropriate. That's what I'm speaking to. Like, being in situations where I feel like I'm being put in this situation because I'm a Black man, as much as I'm a Black male in society, as much as a Black male and man in the school building. And I have to talk about these things because I've heard a lot of teachers talking about why they're leaving the classroom, and there's an exodus of teachers leaving the classroom. I truly believe that the exodus is needed. The shortage that all these school teachers or all these school systems will have as a result of some of their doing during this pandemic, especially, they deserve it. But especially when it comes to Black male teachers, please stop lying to them. Please stop telling them that we are wanted and desired in classrooms. Stop telling us that until you actually change the climate of education and the profession of teaching to tailor it to what a Black male and Black man would need to not only be effective in his profession, but also support his family. Until we do that, we're just telling them something that makes us feel good about ourselves, but it's not necessarily the truth. Black males are not only dealing with the difficulty of the profession in general, but the difficulty as being a Black male in that profession, and how society's treatment of Black males also trickle down into the how Black men are treated by students in the classroom and their interactions, feeling like they don't have to necessarily respect you at the same level as another teacher, by others teachers in the school building, as well as other administrators. And again, this is not to rat on anybody I've worked with recently or in the past, or any students that I've worked with recently or in the past. They were all great, but these things go much further and deeper than just my interactions. I feel like I want to make sure I'm speaking for other Black male teachers who can't really put this on paper or can't really say this for fear of losing their job or anything like that. So thank you guys for giving me a minute of your time with this quick hit right here. This is why I left education twice as a Black male teacher. You guys keep it easy. Enjoy your midday flight.
You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. My bell. KS. KS. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. Ring a ding it. You can ring my bell. You can ring my bell. Ring down, ding, ring it. You can ring my bell. You can ring my bell. Okay. Hit him with this one. This is a principal now. Ring it, you can ring my bell.
Greetings. This is Principal Kafele. And boy, do I have a long video to present to you today. Long but important. Let me just set it up for you. I was looking for something on one of my external drives on my computer, and in looking for something, I stumbled on this list, a very old list. When I say old, 2004, 2005. I did a speech at my alma mater, Kane University in Union, New Jersey, here in New Jersey, in 2000. I guess it was either 2004 or 5, and the speech was entitled 21 Reasons Why Black Men Should Consider Teaching as a
21 Reasons Why Black Men Should Consider Teaching as a Career Option. We just got through hearing a brother say why he left. This is 21 Reasons Why you should do it.
Come on in.
Plan, it's always a treat when players meet. Judge.
What up?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum assalam.
Get my microphone together. Give me a second. How you feel?
Oh man, y'all gotta cut that out. What difference does it make? We still around, buddy.
I gotta cut salutations out. Okay.
Feelings. Do feelings really matter?
Yes, they do.
Why?
Because everybody feel. For my reason,
I'm a recluse. I keep myself away from people for the most part, so I feel pretty good most of the time.
Well, I'm going to continue to ask, even if you don't like, sir. I was brought up to be polite, even if you don't like it.
So if I don't like it, that's not being polite. That's being an asshole.
That's a fact. And I was brought up to be an asshole too, so it's a conundrum, right?
Imagine Umar in a school or JP. Well, when it comes to Umar, I still think he should have had classes online and skip that whole brick and mortar thing.
Why we have classes online, sir, when he was never going to build? It was a scam. That's my Philly brother. He was never thinking about no damn school.
Because a lot of things he says I think are relevant. It's just when it gets into the grifting part. So when he's telling people, don't be so quick to let these people put your kids on Ritalin, I agree with that. When he talk about different styles of where you teach a boy versus you teach a girl, I think that's relevant. So there are things that he says I agree with. Only time I call him King Kong nonsense is when he started talking about giving him money for this brick and mortar. Now, the thing about the snow bunnies and whatever else, men gonna do whatever they want to do, and that's another direction. Are you trying to teach? Or are you trying to be a dating coach? Which one? What arena or field are you really trying to be in? So
He's
that's
a Philly
cool,
dude,
Mark.
sir. Yeah, he's a Philly brother. He don't know. He full of shit.
You think parents should be quick to let their kids get on Ritalin?
No, I just think every fool can say the truth once in a while. Like liars can tell the truth. And I'm not denying that. Like everybody can speak wise words. But the action is always the thing that killed me. Like people go off of words too much. You just talk about feeling. If you say something people like, they'll defend you to the death because you're saying a bunch of bullshit they like. But don't mean their actions actually back up what they say. It's weird. Like people just love words and they just ignore everything else with the individual. A lot of people like talking. That's why I fuck with you. You don't like talking. You like me. I don't like people who talk a lot. It's weird.
Well, because I think it's some applicable things you can do to protect yourself. Like I listen to the ladies that get in the chat and they go on these tangents. Y'all got whole women channels where y'all can just shit on dudes all day long. And if a man say one thing back, then it's y'all can go on Venus, y'all can go on Sharon, y'all can go on Just J, y'all can go on Queen Maker, y'all can go on Cynthia G, y'all can go on all them places and just ragdoll dudes all day long. How dumb they is, how broke they are, how fat they are, how old they are, how bald they are, their dick don't work. The whole thing y'all be going through most of these places. But that's not gender content. That's just, y'all telling the truth. And like Sugar Bum was in the chat earlier talking about they're tired of putting men first. Where has that been applied? Where is this application of a woman is putting a man first? Where is that happening? And how does it look?
I never seen it.
And then you think if you keep saying shit to me, I don't give a damn about what you're saying because I take it as trolling and I just troll back. Who you think control longer, troll? You or me? But yeah, then it's this other thing about somebody's blocking somebody. I don't block anyone. So that's just another exaggeration. And when I time you out, I don't time you out over and over and over and over again. You get timed out and then come back. And continue doing the same stuff. If y'all know how to lead, because that's the conversation that you're having, that the men don't know how to lead, and the men the dick don't work, and they got high blood pressure and diabetes and whatever, all this shit. But you're not gonna cook, so you're not gonna save him health wise. If he can't screw you basically saying he's useless. I'm just listening to things that y'all say. So if y'all check out, what are y'all talking about? Y'all should be perfectly fine. Y'all know how to lead each other. Y'all know how to freak each other off because there's a bunch of lesbians. I don't get what y'all talking about the dudes. Same way I don't get why Rufus talk about marriage when he not marrying nothing. And the other day he was bringing up, he got his own whole channel where he talk about the same shit every single day. Then he come on other people's channel and try to dominate their channels. The other day we had Rogue C up here, we had Stanley up here, we had, I think LA was up here. You talking a whole show. Wait, let me finish this. And no, you can't do that shit. Because you saying the same shit you say on your channel. We get your perspective. Fuck these hoes. We got it. We understand. But that's no reason for me to what you say. I blocked you and no, you had some shit up on the screen that I dropped the thing that was on the screen and it threw you and it out. I've done that with LA before. He put up his thing and I dropped his thing and it threw him out. Just come back. And if you blocked, I don't know how you blocked. Matter of fact, this is real easy. Let's do this right quick. Let's put this up on the screen. Let me see. Let me go to it first. Settings, community moderators. Let me do this right quick. Stop that screen. Share this screen. Y'all just be on some bullshit and sensitive. Okay, here you go. Now, community moderators right here. Can we see the screen? Yeah, okay. Let me stop it again so I can go to community moderators so you can see. See that folks be on BS. I have no reason to lie to y'all. I'm not scared of you. Why the fuck would I need to lie to you? Oh, that's what's wrong. I'm clicking the wrong thing. Okay. Let's bring it back again. That's why when I be hearing these women talking about, you're lying. No, I'm just giving my opinion. You're not. Why the fuck would I need to lie to you? So here we go. Can we see the moderators now? Okay, let's go down. So we're gonna read who's here. TMKC, Stanley Cross, 18th letter, Reese, Lord ADS, LA, Shiesty Bomb, Rogue C, Rapid One, Cellulite Podcast, The Wildest Wake Up Show, Miss Lockhart, Anna Nicole, Savage Entertainment, and Ruthless Truth. No Chaser, A-Dub, and Mind Chaos Brew. That's Raw B. These are the moderators. Now let's go down to the block file. No one is blocked. It's empty. No one is blocked. I do not block people ever, even when they being complete annoying assholes. The people with a big wrench over here is Truth and Nexus Purpose. He's calling himself the messenger right there. And the other big wrench is TMKC. In fact, she has a standard wrench and a big wrench. And why is that? She paid for them. Ruthless didn't even pay for his shit. He just honorary moderator because he's been around this whole damn time. He's been around since the beginning of the channel. Let me see. We're going back to the toe principle now. Stop this. So y'all got to cut it out. James Hill's not blocked. Dante, nobody's blocked. I don't block people. So cut that shit out. You got a crappy phone or something on your end. It's not nobody blocking nobody over here. Unless somebody know how to block somebody from the chat.
Career option. I gave that speech that one time because I was asked to give it to an audience of prospective black male teachers, college students. And I never gave that speech again. It was a one-time deal. So I never thought about it again in terms of a speech. Of course, it's something that stays on my mind and something I talk about informally and formally, but not in terms of a speech. So I'm searching for something on my computer, and there's my notes from that speech. I had the foresight and the wherewithal to save them. These 21 different reasons why black men should consider teaching as a career option. So as soon as I saw it, today is a day off from speaking. I'm not speaking. I'm not traveling. I'm not doing anything. It's just one of those days off, but I will be traveling tomorrow. So I said, man, I've got to make a video about these 21 reasons that black men should consider teaching immediately. So here I am in front of the computer, and I'm going to spend some time talking to somebody out there in the world, somebody that needs to hear this, somebody that doesn't realize where they should be in terms of our kids, our students, our scholars, or someone who doesn't know where they want to be, or someone who's on the fence between this career and that career and teaching, whatever it is. I want to give you reason why you should strongly consider teaching if you are a black male, a black man. And let me, before I even get to the list, let me say this to you. Black men comprise, there's a few stats out there. One of them says less than 2% of the total teaching force in America, less than 2%. Another statistic says 1.2%, which is less than 2%. Another one says 1.3%. Another says 1.4%. But they're all saying less than 2% of the total teaching force in America, whereas Black children comprise 17%. So there's a lot of disproportionality relative to the percentage of students in a typical classroom, Black students versus the percentage of Black teachers, and in this case, Black male teachers. So there's a need to increase the number, the percentage, the volume of Black teachers in American classrooms exponentially. And that's not to say that solely Black children need Black teachers, but children of all races and ethnicities also need to be exposed to Black teachers, because everybody is bringing something different. So here, I want to spend some time with you. I'm hoping that you're going to watch the entire video. If you're not one that this is applicable to, but you know someone else that is, then I'm hoping that you watch it for them and then share it with them. Pass it on to them, retweet it to them, however it is that you're going to get this video to them, because there's somebody out there that's got this phenomenal potential to do extraordinary things in a classroom, but the right message hasn't come their way. So I want to be the one. I want to be the one that communicates that message, so that they may in turn become that phenomenal teacher, that extraordinary teacher, that teacher of the year, that teacher that changes the game, that alters the trajectory for a child, because one day in your life, somebody passed along to you a video that Principal Kafele made that made all the difference in the world for you in terms of your career decision. So let's jump into it. Again, the title, 20.
You gonna be a teacher one day, Nightish, when you grow up?
No. I think you teach as a parent. Do the people take what you taught them as a parent, or do they be shaped by societal pressures?
I guess it depends on the child.
I remember looking at a lot of these different news reports about why these Black men teachers were quitting, and I thought I would hear it in these few clips that I just play right here, but I'm really not hearing it. They're really not saying it. And that's the other thing. People have to have the voice and the willingness to say things, because these women can say whatever the hell they want to say. They can ragdoll you every single day. Come in groups and ragdoll you. Go to other places and ragdoll you.
They just want to be around men.
I don't even agree with that either. I hear people say that. I don't think so. They already know the men that they mess with. And a lot of times it's the men that they say are rotten.
They always here, but they always got something to say to you, sir. They always come back.
Yeah, but that's a waste of time. Like Sin 77 was saying the other day, you need to be in the Paladin more. You're on other people's panel. You need to be on your panel. So I'm here for hours right now. Ain't nobody hitting the like button. Motherfuckers ain't supporting the channel. Be here for what? Just to be here? That's ridiculous. But that's the society we live in. People are accustomed to, everybody talking this goofy shit. And then when I be on panels where you had the men talking about, what you're supposed to do as a man, your responsibility, that's your perspective. And then you're one that's saying that you definitely had fathers and uncles and people that gave you examples of how you're supposed to be in the world and in your marriage. And all those men and those mentors and those people you said that you're supposed to be this sole provider and all this other stuff. Now, so we've established that that's the way you live in real life, and you have examples of it, and you're being this leader. So why they have a problem with listening to you? Why are they giving you pushback? Now, me, I was in a partnership, as I said, and I kind of lead from behind. I'm actively doing things. So if what they say, I'm not somewhere barking a bunch of rules at you. I'm doing the things that you should be helping and supporting be done. But if you have somebody on the sideline going, that ain't shit, and that ain't shit, and that ain't shit, so that you're saying that the only way a man is effective is if he's completely acquiescing and bowing down to do what you want him to do. So open this door for me. Let me be in my soft girl era. I shouldn't have to do a thing at all. If you're the leader that you say you are, and then they talk about effective leadership. Effective leadership would tell you to shut the fuck up and follow. If I already have a track record of doing this, you already know what it is, then why are you not shutting the fuck up and following? Now I'm waiting for you to fail so I can tell you that you fail. Then you're not ready to follow nothing. You waiting for your significant other to fail so you can tell him that he failed? You want a nanny boo boo, the man that's leading you, or even the even better lie? Why are y'all talking about y'all looking for leaders when y'all don't want nobody to lead y'all? And see, that's what I talk about on panels, and I talk about it calmly. And then you have 50 women talking about, yeah, Nidus think he's slick. I talk directly. What's slick about talking directly? I'm on a panel with Mel, and she telling me some shit about I'm like, no, I'm not following you. What the fuck are you talking about? Women, slow talking, all that nice, nasty bullshit.
Nice, nasty, huh?
Mm-hmm. Fake nice. Not nice at all. And then it say, I'm mean. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what meanness is. Direct is mean. Let me see. What are we looking for? Oh, yeah, back on the old channel. Let's see. Go to channel. And we want to go to. Let me see. They want to spend whole shows pooping on you. And this, 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 and this. I understand why you're alone. Who could listen to you? Got Chalk acting like we're in a relationship. Is this it? Let me see. It's probably this right here. Okay, here we go. Here go this stupid shit. Here we go. Share. Let me see. Let's rewind it. Let's see. Oh, that's the volume. Well, let's play it.
No, you're not. Okay. That's crazy. First off, I had to deal with that with my wife. She would have to motherfucker be like,
In
yeah.
an end of the world situation, all women are friends.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Turn on each other quicker than a.
In an end of the world situation, all women are friends.
Yeah. Do you remember the TV show about the island, the Bear Grylls thing? That would have been construed as an end of the world thing for them. How long did they last?
Was it a day?
Yeah.
All women are friends.
No, you're not.
This ain't the clip.
That's
nature. Men are supposed to be the protectors.
How's it nature? How's it nature?
Man, by nature,
You
men
one
are
of these
protectors.
delusional fools that think he's a leader and a protector and a provider. in an environment where it takes two to maintain. Watch him be ridiculous. You heard what I said when he popped up here. Dun, 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 here I come to save the day. Pull your cape out.
It takes two, but guess what? Where to begin? Who are the narrator and the navigator of the seat? The men.
That sounds fucking retarded, bro.
Who sets the pace? The men.
That sounds fucking retarded.
Wait, Uncle Tom, I got something for him.
Oh my God.
Eric is now stuck on the letter M.
Okay, nigga. Nature. Men are supposed to be the protectors.
To hear productive conversations, that are not just
nature.
All women are friends.
No,
Yeah. This is not the clip either. Let me see. That wasn't it, so it must be this one then. He say that. Let me see. Can we see it still? Yeah, let's see. It's a play. Men shouldn't mess with baby mamas because she's failed and made mistakes. Flip it the other way. There's always the inverse. Then why aren't you only fucking leaders? Why are you opening your legs for anything else other than a leader? That's what I thought the point of the show was. You only are feminine to masculinity. So I'm hoping that means that masculine man in your eyes is a leader. So why are you opening your legs for somebody that's less than a leader?
When you calm down, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay.
Yeah, he needed box wine.
What I'm gonna tell you is
you're not gonna tell me nothing when I'm the leader. If I'm ordained by God to be the leader, how can you tell me anything?
Okay, you're being feminine right now. I'm going to.
Ooh.
They say that men shouldn't mess with baby mamas because
They love to say that feminine shit, don't they?
Yeah, but who cares? That's hilarious. I'm picking fights. It's hilarious. All y'all do is sit in chats and talk shit to dudes until they get triggered, and then go, see, that's some fucking Charlie Brown shit. Hey, Chuck, come kick the ball.
It's masculine when you throw them out the window or something like that, or it's just quiet and let them say whatever they want to say, and you don't respond at all.
I interact with the chat. I try to, react or respond to when I'm playing them. Kind of goes along with what I always say, so it's not no inconsistency. It's consistent. So then if they get to saying that, oh, he means this, no, I'm telling you what I'm saying directly. So I don't hate women. So when people be trying to hit me with the, you a red pill, no, I'm not at all. No form of fashion. In fact, most of them dudes keep calling me simps, which I don't get either. Why is that supposed to mean anything? In fact, most of the stuff these people say, why is it supposed to mean anything? I feel like you got to be a miserable person if you're trying to make people miserable. So I don't try to make people miserable. I pop up on the panel and the whole panel try to go after me. I'm like, what is this? They mean, what do you mean? You was talking shit yesterday. Eventually, because y'all kept fucking with me. You don't get it? You don't get that I don't come on panels and start stuff? I'm on a panel, I laughed and bitch ass nigga. I'm like, whoa, what you going off for? Because bitch ass niggas laugh and do that. I don't get that. I'm confused.
Can't be happy.
I wasn't laughing because I was happy. I was laughing because somebody's talking very passionately about something that they are not. You're not a leader. You might know all the stuff to do as a leader and how to do it. But in order for me to say you're a leader, where are your followers? That's why we talk about the movie Forrest Gump. He just started running, right? Then all of a sudden, people started running behind him. That's influence. That's leadership. Or at least that's how I see it. If nobody's behind, what are you leading if you ain't got no followers? And I don't look at subscribers as followers. There's people that subscribe to my channel don't even watch this channel. They just, oh, okay, that was a cool show. They subscribe and never come back again. With the 169 or whatever many I got now, where they at right now? We got 169 subscribers and there's 29 people here. So that's not a follower. That's just a subscriber. So, I listen to this stuff, and then as far as emotions, I'm not emotionally attached to this stuff like that. What was my point of playing them videos I just played? Do you care about those people that's actually experiencing and going through that stuff? Because I think that those people were speaking passionately, but no, people's too busy laughing at them. Oh, that motherfucker look gay. Oh, that motherfucker is just soft. Oh, that motherfucker. So, and I heard Lord ADS say some slick shit about one of these. So don't talk about your feelings over here. If it's, you're supposed to be tough and the man is supposed to be this. And if you still talking the way our fucking grandparents talk, kids are to be seen and not heard. Women are to be seen and not heard. Suck it up. Why you crying? If you still talking like that, you just primitive. Like I have folks that really be trying to do some stuff, and I'll be like, oh, so they know they doing some fuck shit. So then they'll come back around and they'll be like, oh, he letting us in. Oh, he answered the door. Well, you my sons, jerk off. What the fuck you think I'm gonna do? Well, yes, because whatever feelings or shit you going through, that shit you going through. Well, you be saying shit, I be saying something that's real. I be saying something that's honest. Y'all act like, strangers. Y'all don't function like a family supposed to function to me. And y'all think I be talking shit. I'm not talking shit, because a properly functioning family, we are all one. This is just a relay race. I'm supposed to keep and maintain some shit to give to y'all. That's what they call generational wealth. But let me understand this. I'm supposed to go through all these bumps and bruises, be going through this, and then I gotta question your sincerity with me, your honesty with me. If I got to do that, I just chalk you off as I see you when I see you. And that's what it be like with a lot of people. So there ain't no point in having no deep emotional commitment to a non-existent nothing, acting like something is there that's not there. So when we don't show up, do you be upset? I don't think about it. I just realize you ain't showed up. I don't have to add nothing to take nothing away from that.
Come on in.
Play, it's always a treat when players meet. Judge.
What up, Lord ADS?
What up, Nighters? What up, Lamar Wilkes? What slick shit did the good Lord say?
The teacher with I believe he had on a striped shirt was saying something, and you said it was par for the course.
Yeah, that's in every field, man. You have to balance.
What do you mean by that? Let's stay right there. What does par for the course mean to you? I mean, I know what it sounds like to me, but I don't want to assume anything. What does it mean to you?
Standard normal operation that happens wherever you go.
So feminists are at a job that you're at because you say you some kind of administrative, something that come in and look over work, that kind of thing.
No. I deal more with whites and Asian men. A lot of.
I'm not talking about what ethnicities you deal with, but are you like an outside agent that goes to jobs and like supervise, like a manager?
In the capacity, yeah. I'm the guy who goes out to a site, does the management intellectual property.
Yeah.
Sets up infrastructure, things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's mostly done remote now. It used to be before the pandemic. I used to fly out to all types of places all throughout the Americas, right?
Okay, so I'm saying, let's stay there for a minute. So I'm saying you're doing that as an assistant to help the company, and you have a vital role because you specialize in whatever it is you do. Now you get there and you got a bunch of feminists there, and then you got people with their prejudices. So, oh my goodness, this is a black man. And then all the biases they have about what a black man is. So they almost getting in the way of your job because they got to take you through all kind of what you call standards, acts, and procedures.
It's almost like an initiation process sometimes, right? Coming to some of the companies.
hazing.
Yeah. They ask you all types of wild, out of the way questions, not even pertaining to the subject matter or anything, right? They just want to see how much you know. You know what I'm saying? It's like a test, a litmus
Well, that's
test,
different
right?
if they want to see how much you know. But if you come there as a credentialed something, it's kind of a slap in the face because you're a credentialed something. So I gotta prove to you what I have credentials for. That's some racist shit. Standard act my ass. Because when it comes to the feminist perspective, they don't have them obstacles because what? They're like they're a special class. You can't question me.
It's about the support, right, in that situation for that. You know what I'm saying? If it's more of a societal thing, if you ask me the truth, right?
Okay, so cool. Societally, they look a certain way at a black man, and if you don't have other black people there, because a lot of people like to take the pride in, I was the first. So that's some Jackie Robinson stuff. So we're gonna spit on you, call you nigger, and all this other shit. And if you look at it as standard acts and procedures, then you're just willing to take the slings of society.
To be honest with you, to a certain degree, yeah, you kind of got to, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? One thing you don't want to do is put the project in jeopardy, right? Because of something you feel in that circumstance. You know what I'm saying? You feel like they're treating you a certain way.
No, you're treating you a certain way. You don't feel it.
But your goal is to achieve a certain outcome, right? Doing a certain task in that situation, maybe setting up a function app, maybe an app service plan, maybe setting up VMs in the environment, maybe Azure Virtual Desktop. It could be a litany of different things that I work on, set up and configure, and do manage intellectual properties on. And sometimes, you know, say you get some pushback from certain people in that group who really don't want you there, right? They see that face and they're like, uh-oh, no. Now I thought he was Indian, right? His name is Asa. Oh, well, he's not. He's black. Well, you know what I'm saying? Let me start doing certain things, right? I've experienced that before in a couple of circumstances, right? Where it even gets hostile, where they literally, when you're answering questions, they're yelling at you. You know what I'm saying? What they're saying, they're speaking, but in reality, they're yelling. And so you got to know how to counter that and how to handle that, how to disarm those certain circumstances, situations. After a while, you get good at it. That's
Look
the
at
trick,
this
right?
goofy shit. What does integrity and am I all right? Yeah, that sound like bitch shit. That sound like psychobabble. Where's my feelings in this situation? The man is saying it. Shit that's actually happening is not happening. Did I say run away from your money? I'm saying no. Get your money, and that shit is actually happening. Y'all bad listeners. Am I okay? Why do y'all ask me that shit? It's not affecting me. I'm not doing that shit. Let me see.
What happens over time, Nidus, is you develop, like I've developed, coping mechanisms, tactics, and tools, right? For disarming those type of people. You know what I'm saying? May it be more of a stricter, firm, you know what I'm saying, kind of pushback, like, hey, save your questions. Can you please save your questions after class because I feel like it's being disruptive, you know, right? Or, you know what I'm saying, in that circumstance situation, say, hey, let me put you to the side of a conversation with you for a second. I've done that a few times. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying, is there a problem with the way I'm teaching this to you? Are you not, you know what I'm saying, is this not really setting in, or is there something that I'm missing here, right? See, a lot of cases, what I've learned is you can take it on head on. You just have to have tact to do so, right? A strategy.
Is that your job?
It's no. It's a sidebar of my job. My job is not coping mechanisms for other people. It's more, you know what I'm saying? But you still have to know how to handle those, because at the end of the day, that still reflects the outcome of the project that you're involved with. So, like I said, par for the course, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be bothered with that bullshit. If you're not helping, get the fuck out the way.
Can't throw out paying customers, especially if they're paying for you to come out.
Oh, so your customers are stopping you from doing your job to have sidebar conversations.
In a lot of cases, in some cases, yeah, you see that, right? Like I was saying earlier, that happens when I go out to certain sites. My job is more of a cloud solutions architect of service market, right? That means I deal directly with customers, clients, and high-end that kind of business functionality. So when I get in these conversations, you get a lot of older engineers in there too. They've been there 30 years, you know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, IT is kind of relatively new to opening up to people like me, right? It's not something that's been going on the whole time, especially when it comes to high-end jobs, right? So whenever you work those, you have to be conscious of that.
Okay. Yeah, I think he didn't want to be conscious of it. That's why I quit. Especially just listen to what he's saying. So he got feminists and then people saying like he's a sexual predator and all kind of crazy shit. And then they get the worst of the kids and throw them all on him because he's a big black man and he can handle them. That's not even what his job was. His job was supposed to be in what, like AP classes or advanced teaching. So how you get the worst of the school and put them in there if they're not advanced? That's just whatever I want to do. Black man, he better get along, go along to get along.
You think he's full of shit?
No, I believe what he's saying is true, but at the same time, I understand what Lord ADS is saying. If you want your money, get used to it. Get used to dealing with these people. Find a way. But I just don't think teachers get paid enough to be doing that.
I do agree with one part. He was saying that they use him as a security guard. That's the reason. That's the reason why he put him in certain classes.
Yeah, because he's a big black man, but he wasn't in a class like that. If I'm supposed to be in an advanced class, I'm like a teacher for the smart students. How is it that the thug in the school is in here when he's failing? You threw him in here because I'm a big black man. That's supposed to gonna make some difference. Yeah. Shout out to Dangerous Minds.
The white woman saving all the little ignorant black kids.
Mm-hmm. I can deal with Ray Ray. Then they give her a bandana at the end. She learned to dance. Been spending most our lives. Yeah, that's a movie.
The white savior teaching the savages.
Mm-hmm. Some Jane Goodall stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then people do that one on me. Oh my goodness, what's that word, Nightish? Oh, who's that person, Nightish? How do you know that, Nightish? I'm like, what are you saying to me right now? And you know what they saying? Most of you niggas is dumb. How you know about? And then the funny part about it, they actually take notes. So, okay, you took notes. I suppose you know some. I'm smart. And then tomorrow I'll come back and he'll be sleeping 5 minutes. Every single day, same shit. I would like to say, before I went to sleep, did you get anything out of what I was saying when I was over there? But to just be on, and I see some people, 8-hour stream, 10-hour stream. How can you? And then trying to keep the subject matter to say, there's nothing really to say about fucking pearly things. There's nothing like, to me, I don't even understand the interest or the show. And especially when you say I'm pro-black. So pro-black mean to me, you would be focused on some black stuff and all the black stuff that would be like uplifting. Pearly things are talking crazy to Yaz. Jazz talk crazy to people every day. Isn't that her whole thing? She getting into it with hosts. She getting into it with isn't that her thing though? Isn't that how she's popping? Isn't that what's making her like a star? And even when I be listening to Tyranny, I'm like, what? What did she just say? I don't even understand how you could be upset with Tyranny. especially that day after she had that whole conversation about she's religious, right? But the way you keep a man is you got to give him the coochie. I'm like, what? I don't see how they get upset with tyranny. Then it was, having a whole argument with her about EBT. If I can get some EBT, I wanted to.
But they don't got that in the DR.
And if you think it's made up, I'm not one to go try to find what, but she didn't erase that. Her channel's still there. That was probably like a year ago. I was up there. JP was up there, I believe. What's her name? Sun Kiss was up there. That show is still over there. These women be saying all kind of wild stuff, but they're adults, so hey, it is what it is. And we've heard that's back during that love affair between her and JP.
I mean, my biggest concern is when it comes to the space, if that is the case in that circumstance, is that the men are kind of being overrun by the women now in this space. I mean, they really are. It's just like the ideologies are just taking over, and a lot of the men are being kind of
what are their ideologies?
Progressive feminist ideologies, pushing, saying matriarchy, things of that nature in the space. I heard that a lot now. Saying that those type of behaviors, those type of thoughts, and trying to pass them off as pro-black, right? When they're really just feminist ideology.
Who is that that's pushing those agendas?
I won't say names. I'm just reporting information.
Are you scared to say their name?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on good terms with folks for now.
Don't be scared to say their name. I think that when I listen to Cynthia G, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I remember she supposedly was with the brothers, and then the brothers didn't do what she wanted them to do, and then she turned on them. But at the same time, what is it? Black men have never built anything. Black men have that kind of thing. How can you sit there and listen to that? I'm always shocked when some of these names come up. I'd be like, oh wow, y'all still listening to that?
No, I mean in the space in general. If you look at the panels, right? You watch the panels and you think to yourself, okay, if you stand for something as a black man, right, you're not going to go for this type of stuff. But I see
you talking about? Okay, I know what you're talking about now.
But I see brothers drifting that way, agreeing with talking points that aren't beneficial to them and don't make sense, right? And I'm thinking to myself, it's not like the women are. It's kind of like we saw with Curly, right? See, some of the talking points she gave out weren't exactly accurate, but no one could dispute them, so they took into law. You know what I'm saying, on that panel, right? Like now these are the new, how do you say it, the new bounds that we're setting based on this information when the information wasn't exactly correct in some cases. And nobody pushed back on it because no one knew. And I see that happening with the men, right? As well. You know what I'm saying, when it comes to women, they put out some information. The men start to placate to the information versus saying, okay, is this even correct information at that point? There's just, it's almost like everyone's sort of drifting through these conversations and no one's really, how do you say it, listening to these conversations that are going on the panels with them on the panels, right? It's almost like they're almost in agreement by autopilot. So it's really kind of strange to see that the black men are getting dominated by their own women, if you ask me the truth, in these debates on these panels, versus when you go to other communities, the other men have more rock solid foundation to the point where they don't fall for those type of ploys. But that's neither here nor there, right?
If they go on a panel uneducated, unprepared, then that's what happens. And then you're on the panel not educated, and ill prepared, and you're answering. So there's nothing wrong with saying, I don't know that.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, let me verify that. It takes 2 seconds to do it.
Yeah. But that's not what's going on up there. What's going on up there is just people that just want to be heard.
Facts. I think a lot of people just are placating for attention. They want to be seen on the scene, right? So that's a lot of BS within itself, you know, especially if they're not contributing anything. They're just up there hanging out. It's just like you're loitering on a panel, right? What are you contributing to this besides, you know, a couple yeses and a few nos, right?
Well, yeah. So when people say, like, somebody came over here and said that somebody over here was a show killer, and they may be just on the panel hanging out. You want that person to at least be a contributor, either some stance or financially. You can't just have somebody just up there and just don't contribute, don't do nothing else. You don't blame that person, or you blame the host. Last night I was listening to that conversation that was going on Freezy channel, and you know, people yelling about and you don't even bring that better. You don't blame the panelists for that. You blame the host for that. Because what you do as a host, you pay attention to your panel, and if you have that thing actually going on, you tell a person, I appreciate you for coming through. I want to move it around, let some other people have an opportunity. You don't have to be nasty about it. But if you got somebody just sitting on your panel and they're not contributing nothing and they can't have an intelligent conversation, you as a host, move them around. So this person that's on your channel that's telling you somebody's killing the show, they really are talking to the host because they flexing a muscle. I want to say that this person is this and see what the host do. So they're really flexing a muscle. No, it's if I have Truth over here and his avatar is up here and he ain't saying nothing, or if I have Rufus over here and he just running down the whole, that's my fault because I'm allowing it to go on. If I let
just let me say this
much or anybody else, that's me. I'm running my channel, chat and panel.
Now, Linus, let me say this. You know, Truth and them, I think they actually do contribute a lot. But some panels, you know what I'm saying, everybody needs, you know what I'm saying, just to listen sometimes, right? And I think you get a lot of that, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, Truth himself. He's a good listener. That's one thing I like about that. Now, Rufus Truth, one thing I love about Rufus is that he's concrete about what he's saying. He's not waving, he's not dismissive, he's not letting you convince him either way. At least he stands for something. I can respect a man who stands for something, even though I might not agree with it. If you at least stand for something, at least knows you have some fortitude. But what I hear a lot of is a lot of wishy conversations, right? That tend to be giving out false information, and you got brothers in there, you know, saying just in there begging for Scooby snacks, rum, more Scooby snacks. It's just it seems so desperate for attention and almost like a pseudo flex, right? But like I said, I'm not gonna call out people, but that's just some of the stuff I see. You know, it's like, why is he up there, right? And what is he contributing? You know,
who determines false information?
Yeah, there you go.
I said, who determines it though? Who determines who information is right or wrong?
Google or ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. No, idiot. Like information changes all the time. So who determines what information is right or wrong? That's the
current baseline. Shouldn't the conversation be based on current baselines, like you were just mentioning? So, for instance, you know, if I know there's a topic that I want to discuss, right, with the group, and I want to go up on a panel, one thing I try to do is, before I jump up there, depending on the situation, is do a little research on what they're talking about, right? Just to see exactly where that kind of fits in from what I see. That way, when I get on the panel, at least I have some rebuttal in a conversation versus just spewing, yelling, and screaming things in hopes that it just takes hold because you have a louder mic. That's different.
Yeah, but half the people
I think people want people to think like them, and a lot of people just don't, and they're not going to. So you're just wasting your oxygen.
Come on in.
Play, it's always a treat when players leave. Judge.
Good morning.
Good day, night.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We're up here listening to whatever Lord ADS is talking about. You got to be able to what you say? You deal with these people that say, "Can I touch your hair?" by saying what? It's you.
Simply asking, why do you need to touch my hair? That would be the first thing.
They've never seen one of you before.
I mean, you got to touch me, right? You go to museums and see paintings and art all the time. You can't touch. You just look at it and you keep walking by it. You take a picture and you keep it moving. You don't need to touch me unless I allow you to touch. Now there have been certain instances where I've allowed strange women to touch me for obvious reasons. You know, but men don't do keep your hands off me.
Listen. There's a movie called Oleander with what's dude's name? Well, he was a teacher helping this student. I said, she just need a little after school help with her work. And she flipped that on her. Let me see. What's dude's name? The movie was Oleander. Let me see. The dude from Fargo, what's his name? His name is, where's the cast? This was some BS, this movie. I said, yeah, that's how it could happen like that. You're trying to be a good guy. 2002 cast. There go IMDb. Is this a different one? I don't see his name. Rest of the cast, main cast. This is not it. Maybe it was made more than once. Oleander.
Meridius, where do you get your knowledge from?
I do what black men don't do. I study.
Yeah, but where do you get your knowledge from, though?
Different sources, man. I mean, the internet is wide open with information, man. If you really want to research something, right? Like there are obvious sites like I even use Wikipedia still to this day. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot of the stuff. A lot of my research starts out with simple Google searches of components, right? Reading through, let's say, magistrate ordinances, stuff like that, right? Books, you know what I'm saying? Online books, things of that nature, like for engineering, IT, cloud solutions, all that stuff. You can read that online. It's free and available. Just most people won't read it. You know, that's my thing. I read the Tanakh every day because at the end of the day, I want to, you know what I'm saying, learn more about God. So to me, reading is very fundamental and a huge part of what I do in life. You know, just learning and growing and kind of getting that research to at least build a synopsis or a case, right? Or a project or something. It usually requires a lot of reading, a lot of breaking down different materials, that like different questions involved with the project, you know what I'm saying, seeing what some of the best ordinances online for best practices, and then, you know what I'm saying, customizing that into powering to a PowerPoint, maybe an Excel document, something of that nature, right? Word document, maybe Notepad in some cases, just to make sure I correlate the information. There's for me, that's just kind of, you know, part, like I said, prep work, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that, right? That's very important to me before I present myself to people, that I do some level of prep work to make sure I have some level of preparation before entering into a conversation. Now, I might not know it all, and I might be missing a couple of points because a lot of times when when it comes to, we'll keep it on this for now, right? This space. A lot of times when I jump on panels, the subject matter changes. And then sometimes I do get stuck, right? Because it's like, okay, I don't have much of a dog in this fight. But for the most part, if I do just a little bit of prep work, it goes a long way in those conversations. Like I said, for instance, just sit down and research the different sites, Wikipedia, Ninja. It's a lot of stuff out there, right? GitHub, get information from there, right? Just everywhere, really, So it's no one specific site. It's kind of a leader of sites that I kind of go through, search, and just see what I can find out about certain subject.
So are you talking about like technology? Because you mentioned GitHub and a lot of forums. Or are you talking about
GitHub
anything?
has anything. There's lots of literature on GitHub in the repositories. If you go through those, right? Reddit.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. Reddit even has some valuable information from time to time, right? It all depends. So it's like a lot of different places to draw this information, get it, and then redistribute it, right, with the right facts. Just to make
But
sure.
how do you know the information is true, though? That's the question I'm asking.
Correlated.
How do you know it's true?
No, you don't know.
Hold on. There's a way to verify information. Like I said, trust but verify. If the information is true, you should better coordinate it against kind of corresponding sites. Like, for instance, when it comes to statistics and data, government sites, right? Those are big indicators for that. If you know, saying
Yeah, but they lie all the time. They lie all the time. I mean, I was a cop for years. They skew numbers the way they want. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, nobody knows. Technically, nobody knows exactly who's telling the truth or not, because people change their opinion and quote unquote knowledge all the damn time. They evolve. They can think one thing.
What you do to move forward is take the information that is available to you now. You don't true, untrue, all this other stuff. If, like you said, you can't be 100% sure, even though you verify against different sites, then at that point you take that correlated information, because that is the public information that's available, versus disputing that information with no context. If you can't find something that disputes it, then it is the information that we need to use.
Well, we had a first case scenario for 2020 with the C-19. How did you feel about that? That information was there, and they said it's true. But now, 5 years later, everybody's talking about how majority of that was BS.
You go with what it was at first. I guess you keep moving around. Like they used to talk about the food pyramid. Your milk does a body good and eat this much cheese on. Now it's pus.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do with that, Lord EDS? How do you dispute that now? Because that was facts.
One second.
Come on in.
Play, it's always a treat when players meet. Judge.
You do a lot of cross references. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you, Natish. But just to add back to that, Wilkes, if the information changes, then you have to adjust to the new information, right? I mean, that's one thing about evolution. Mankind remember, this technology age that we're in has only been around a little bit over 100 years, starting with the first car, electricity, and all that stuff, right? It's all relatively new to man in our existence. So there's going to be some information out there that may not be, exactly correct in that circumstance, because we're only working off what we know right now, saying today versus what we're learning for tomorrow. So we have to adjust and adapt to that.
Okay. I just think people. Do you always read? Do you read books that you? I guess it's kind of two-sided question. Do you only read things that you agree with, or do you try to go against the grain and read things that you don't necessarily agree with either?
I read stuff I disagree with all the time. Like you were saying, since the Biden era, right? There's been a lot of feminized different information that before read one thing, now is reading a total different thing due to the new ideology. Do I incorporate that? I read over it and see if it's true. And if it's true, okay, I can use that data, right? But if it's just correlating, like I said, ideologies and people trying to push things upon society, then there's some level of disagreement there. But it doesn't mean I don't read it. It just means I disagree with the reading.
Can I offer something? When ADS starts talking epistemology, I'm in for that discussion. Look, you have to be able to hold two thoughts in your head at the same time. Two things can be true. You have to understand that, and you must read stuff you don't agree with. That's how you know the other side's argument. You really need to know it better than, say you're in a debate, which no one really likes to do, or if you do, you're kind of weird. But you got to know your opponent's argument better than he or she does. That's how you win arguments.
Facts.
And part of debate class is you're supposed to be able to argue for and against.
Stacks of facts.
So when you say facts are facts, so like attorneys when they go to court, they're able to argue for and against. But a lot of time, what I see in courts is that these attorneys have a relationship with the prosecutor and the judge. So sometimes it might be just about divvying up however much money you have. They don't care if it's right or wrong.
Well, I know what you're saying is right, but don't be totally cynical about it. I mean, there is the law. Now, words can be interpreted. The Supreme Court does it all the time. However, you have to plant your flag somewhere. Okay, you can have a bunch of different facts. It all comes down to what do you believe. If you read a pro and you read a con, it comes down to your judgment. What do you believe? And someone else might believe something opposite, but in the end, you have to choose what you believe in or what you don't believe in. And I also want to add, one of the things, that you learn in the military is no decision is worse than a bad decision.
I was going to add to that too. I was going to add to that attention to details, right? A lot of people don't pay good attention to the details that they're reading. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of look over something, glance at it right quick, and then run with it. You got to pay attention to the details and the context of what it's talking about. Even when it comes to biblical references, right? You hear a lot of people talking about those biblical references in some cases. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit out of context, right? Because to me, what's more important than church and mass itself as a Catholic? Bible study. A lot of people don't really study their Bibles. They just take the scriptures that are being preached as law, right? Not understand there's context in those scriptures that they're being read, because in the pulpit, a lot of times they leave out that critical context, right? Because people don't read the chapters and understand what the Bible is actually saying in that circumstance and situation. It's something that it's a phenomenon that I grew up seeing, that I was always curious about. Like, hey, you gave me a scripture about something, but it's one scripture and it says all that. There's got to be more to it than just that, right? So I started reading my Bible at an early age, got really good at it. Don't remember much of it, of course, at this point, but I came to a more of an understanding at that point. And that's how I learned to read more too, through context. Comic books, right? If you read one comic book, and miss 4 comic books, you're going to miss the whole story. You know what I'm saying? You're going to miss, all these details in between this and that comic book because you missed 3 books. That type of stuff to me is more relative. You know what I'm saying? Information that I can use data-wise versus just like you hear in some cases, just high-end talking points, right? With no context.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to, excuse me, I was going to bring that up. You did it for me. A lot of people just do talking points. They don't. The devil is in the details. And that's how you win arguments too. You got to know the details. Now, nobody's going to know every detail all the time. But you should at least make an effort. And the other thing, my mother used to talk a lot about general knowledge. Read everything. You should read wide and very, just, if you got a hobby, say fishing, you know, for a while there, I did almost nothing but read fishing books, everything from Isaac Walton to How to Tie a Knot type books. You know, if you got a hobby, it's reading. Read about it.
Let me see.
Well, they just went from the Bible to a comic book. Look at this. I don't know how you tied that together.
Just examples of reading.
If you look at a lot of comic books and you look at the lore of them, a lot of them come from the Bible. They have Christ stories, some of them, or Christ-like characters. Let me see.
As a kid, man, that's how I grew up. I remember being in what was it, the 3rd or 4th grade, collecting all types of like Incredible Hulk comics. Thor was my favorite character as a kid. Thor, that nigga dead. Then I started reading about Greek mythology and found out that was a form of idolatry. So I still look at some of it every once in a while. Like I said, I still got old comic books, man, with like water stains on them from 1996, man. You know, it's wild, right? But human beings with godlike powers created by man's imagination. It's kind of it's very fantastical, right? Or I forgot the pronunciation of the word, but it's fun to read as a kid. It really is. But that's how you learn how to read and get more context and details. You keep reading stuff like that, right? To grow your mind. And hopefully you don't become a comic book nerd and you start reading other things outside of that, and then you become a better, well-rounded person.
ADS.
That is
I
fundamental.
can definitely relate on that, brother. That's why you see, you know, I got in one of my other avatars, I got me in a Superman suit.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so the two my two favorite people as far as from anime and comic books is Superman and Goku. And if you understand the origin, you will see they are the most closely related to Christ than any other character in comic books.
No, Fred. Let me correct you. True, Sunshine Superman is directly related to Christ, in my opinion. You know who Sunshine Superman is?
No, I'm talking about the origin, the background, the story.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Sunshine Superman. That was Black Superman. Black Superman was dope back in the heyday, brother. I love some Black Superman. So Sunshine Superman. But then they stopped making the comics because they weren't as popular anymore. But back in the day, though, bro, Sunshine Superman come out with a comic in Earth. I think it's 1 something. Brother, I buy them things off the shelf like they was hot. I mean, I would be literally buy those things the day they come out. Man, that was like my thing growing up. Yeah.
And see, I never knew why I was so attracted when I first saw Christopher Reeve's Superman. I never understood why I was so attracted to it. Because I'm like, okay, this is a superhero, all right. But then I started looking at the origin and the story. You know, a being from another planet comes to be Earth's greatest protector and gives his life up for humanity. This sounds familiar. Oh, that's the Bible. Sounds just like what Christ did. Okay, and then I found out the people that wrote about him, Jerry Siegel and Joel Shuster, guess who they were? They were Jews. And that's where they got the concept from. So it's crazy. He was attracted to another man, truth. Here we go.
Yeah, they hear what they want to hear.
Yes. Oh, I think that's hilarious. Why not make a joke?
Yes, I was attracted. Yeah. Yes, I sure was. I was attracted to him. And if that was your mind, the way you wanted it, if it's in play like that, have at it. If that's what you would like to see. There's something wrong with you people, man.
What do you guys? You keeping up with AI? Well, that's not your lane. He must have walked away. Yeah, that white woman must have came into the room. Shout out to the shout out.
Lord ADS is in a relationship with a white lady.
That's all he date.
That's not all I date. I date Latin women. It's black women. I date a lot of different women, but to be honest with you, I found longer relationships with the white women. It's wild to me that they last longer than I do with my own women. So I tend to say, okay, if I'm looking for something more long term, then I need to start talking to women of other cultures because obviously black women don't believe in that.
Cultural divide. Yeah. Love who love you. Be with who loves you.
Yeah. And if people care about black folks and they say they're pro-black, they should be happy that that black person is happy with whoever they end up with.
Absolutely.
Instead of finding somebody else to call a coon.
Shout out to John.
And Nidish, we already know.
Damn, did we lose Nidish? He's gone, true.
Yeah, he dropped.
I don't know. He dropped himself. I don't know what happened. I guess Nidish be doing wild shit sometimes, man. We got wild shit.
Well, he might have lost internet. Sometimes I've seen that happen, you know, or the host will lose an internet connection for a minute.
That would be something new. I've never seen Nidish lose, you know.
Connection, not like that. Yeah, that's wild.
You probably knocked the plug out. You see he was far away.
All right, let's go then. We're going to have a funk good time. Yeah, we're going to have a funk good time. Take it high. Yeah. What happened to our soul, though? Why did we trade our soul for minutia, nuance, and R&B, brother? What happened to our souls? What happened to the black man and the soul music we used to make, brother? That was so good back in its day. Now it's all electronic bullshit made from, you know what I'm saying, other services. What happened to the talent, brother? Back in the day, there was no more talent. Black men were the most talented men on the planet for years.
Well,
and then all of a sudden we lost it.
Still are.
Not like we used to be. We didn't pass those skill sets down to the youth because the youth didn't want to learn those. But I remember back in the day when I grew up, man, you see a lot of band, man, especially a jazz band growing up. You see, you know, saying those black musicians, tell me that they make you feel a certain way. Like you didn't feel that energy just coming from the room.
They turned into rappers, sir. What you talking about? They still pass music down. It's just rapping.
It was quicker money.
Oh.
Yeah, ADS.
I remember there was this jazz club in when I lived in Norfolk. I was in my 20s when I was in the Navy, and there was this jazz club downtown Norfolk, and man, that I've never been, you know, other than the standards, you know, Thelonious Monk is a favorite, Dizzy Gillespie, you know, just kind of like I'm not into jazz like that, but man, I'd go there like every Saturday. Seeing people play their instruments and loving it, man, that it is something that's good for the soul. I mean, these people aren't famous or anything like that, but man, they can play.
Let me tell you, Stan, I remember back in, I played alto, baritone, and tenor saxophone from probably the 6th grade all the way up to the 10th grade, right? I was in band from, you know what I'm saying, from, I'd say elementary school at the tip all the way through to probably midway through high school, man. And you talk about something that soothes your soul. My alto, man, I put it on RAM, you know what I'm saying? I might try a little Dizzy Gillespie one night, you know, right? Just try some of the notes, you know what I'm saying? And that would just like motivate me, you know what I'm saying? I somehow or another, I fell in love with that, you know what I'm saying, for a long time. I played football and basketball, but with nothing like when I got home at night and broke out my saxophone. It just made me feel like like energy, like the air was clean. You know what I'm saying? Pure for me. You know, right? That just it
Mm-hmm.
inspired me, man. It really did. And we don't see kids involved with that like that nowadays, though. I mean, you know, what I'm saying the band classes when my son was in high school were empty. You know, say you see a
Yeah.
bunch of white Latin people in there, you know what I'm saying? But you might see one black girl playing clarinet, but you'll see like when I was growing up, it was like all black. You know what I'm saying? Like majority, you might have a couple white people, but it was mostly black folks in those bands. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, let me tell you, and this is one thing that I fear. And again, I'm a science major. I majored in chemistry, but I've always, mainly because of my mother, I've always had an appreciation for liberal arts and, you know, just the arts in general. And I think, and I'm not saying this particular case is the result, but we got to be careful with overemphasizing STEM. Okay. You know, being one note, since we're talking about music, being one note is bad. My father was always like, hey, be a Renaissance man. You should be able to do more than just, you know, appreciate math and science. There's more to life than that. When I talked about the general knowledge thing, you gain general knowledge from having a variety of interests and reading widely. And if nothing else, it makes you interesting in conversation. I fear that's why, you know, don't waste your time in band class. You know, you got chemistry class. No, that's
What happens
too
is,
much of an
man,
emphasis.
what happens then is you create a vacuum of convoluted competition. You know, right?
Mhm.
Where pay rates get dropped and lower because there's so many of you that pile into that getting to the top is hard, feasible, and almost impossible because the people at the top are already stable there, and now you're trying to move one of them out of the way to take that position because it's so convoluted in your field, right? You know, I experienced that in IT early on. You know what I'm saying? When people were piling into it, you know what I'm saying? I just happened to outcompete a lot of those brothers. But at the end of the day, though, I mean, you know, let's be honest. When IT back in the 90s, if you were in a tier one position, that paid almost $15, $16 an hour because it was so technical and nobody knew it. Nowadays, that same tier one position only pays $10 an hour. Convoluted competition. You know, right? Too many people in the
That's
field. You know what I'm
interesting.
saying? Yeah, too many people in the same field, man.
Yeah,
Well,
because
is that
everybody,
because
that's
tier
what we,
one?
that's because
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
we all are pushing the same. I think that's what somebody has said. We keep pushing the same thing, the STEM thing, and now, of course, it's going to be watered down because
Well,
everybody's
there's
here.
nothing wrong with pushing it, but don't push it to the detriment of other things. Because liberal arts, these days, STEM pays more. But remember, and it's going to be an odd point, but the Enlightenment was more about liberal arts. I mean, this country was founded on liberal arts. It's the law and all that stuff, which you actually need to understand. Reading is fundamental. Being numerate is fundamental too. But the nature of this country is not STEM. It is liberal arts. So ignoring liberal arts, ignoring the reading and reading comprehension, you do that to your detriment.
Look at Sugar Bum down there, jelly. Jelly.
So critical thinking, creativity, and moral reasoning.
That's pretty much the Enlightenment.
And then
You just described it.
It wasn't called Oleander, it's called Oleana. And the star of it is William H. Macy. That's him trying to help a student that then she flipped it all on him. So with the teaching thing, you got classes after school where you're trying to help folks. And in this time of false accusations, we did a show about false accusations, probably about a week or two ago. It's how many people support the false accuser because they have an agenda. Women need to speak up. Yeah, the women is something's actually happening. That one wasn't. That was probably just a week ago. Well, this woman had told lies on 5 people, and then Sugar Bum was in the chat talking about, nobody never told no lies. Men ain't never went to the cemetery. You die for no women. She just be making up stuff. She be windmilling.
How did sass turn to hostile feminism, man? I remember back when I was growing up, women had some sass to them, right? But they would speak up and kind of comment about certain things. Now that's become more hostile and weaponized, man. I mean, think about the damage this has done to our community and how long it'll take us to recover from this. We're talking about 20, 30 years, you know what I'm saying, for that to phase out.
Is my mic on? Test.
My apologies. I was talking to there you go. My apologies, Nadish.
No, I'm saying damage from what?
Feminism, man.
Oh. They'll tell you there ain't no damage from feminism. You just weak and soft, and because women have a voice, you want to strip them of everything. You don't hear these people? Yeah, y'all just mad because now women have some. Well, hey man, if y'all want to be all women, y'all doing a good job so far.
Even in your movies, in your media now, in your videos, like for instance, I went to Netflix a couple days ago.
Do you continue watching?
Say again. I'm sorry.
When you see it though, do you continue watching? Because I was
do not.
Oprah Network, and there's so many shows on there where it's women just punking dudes, and I'm like, how can anybody watch this and not see this? I think the show I was watching that was the most blatant was Queen Sugar, where the sister took the property that the daddy left to the son because the son was too dumb. The only one that stood up as a man, but he was a horrible man, was David Allen Greer character.
Exactly. 1923. You know what I'm saying? I mean, was it 18 something, 1866, 1863?
It's Yellowstone, right? 1923 and 1883.
Yeah. You seen 1883, but the woman is the wild free spirit out mating with the Indians, brother. That's disgusting.
Hey, listen, she got to sow a little while those too, right?
What would you gentlemen say is the biggest problem in America? And I talk about what I think it is all the time.
For America as a whole, or black people?
As a whole. And if you want to throw in black people too.
Well, as a whole, I think they woman was whooping their ass, and now they all soft and mushy. They're not the men they used to be, and that's affecting everybody.
Facts.
Okay, well, I think it's parenting and education. I think feminism is not the biggest problem facing.
No, I'm not talking about feminism. I'm talking about so it may start at feminism, but they're talking about domination and control. So they spend all their time crippling their man. And so if the house, when you look at parenting, how do you look at it? How does it work for you?
Parents are in control. Kids are, I'm one step above be seen and not heard. You can be, I'll start listening to you, when you get round about high school age, but, strict parenting.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that woman is constantly challenging that man in the house around those kids. So once I no respect for authority, how does those kids understand how to respect authority? So then what you
think the biggest problem in America is parenting and education. We don't emphasize either enough. Everything else, to me, the feminism stuff, all that stuff radiates, all the problems radiate from poor parenting and poor education. If you can't critically think, you may fall into something like feminism. And I don't think there's anything wrong with feminism per se. It's when you start getting to like fourth wave, the initial couple waves.
Well, that's
should have been good enough.
But that's where we are.
I don't care where we are. My point is,
you said it started being a problem.
America tends to take things too far.
Right. So now we're in fourth wave.
Right. And we don't particularly
nobody had a
need
problem
a fourth
first
wave.
I don't think.
We don't particularly need a fourth wave. The first couple were good enough. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
We
convince
take
your
things too
politicians.
far. There shouldn't be a third or fourth or fifth wave. It was good enough as it was. And I think the reason we get to a fourth wave is people just are not educated enough to evaluate. If it sounds good, it is good. I think that's the way we educate our kids. No critical
I
thinking.
think they practice in creating idiocracy. So that's why songs are a minute and a half now. Movies are dead and they have no fucking character development. Everything is geared for instant gratification.
Well, some of it is the nature of technology. These phones and tablets and all that, have decreased attention span. There's literature out there, that would support that. But no, I agree with you. People can't sit still for long.
So it's hard for them to grasp some of those important things because I don't have to even read the book. I just turn on an audio book.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't have to remember phone numbers anymore. If I lose my phone, I won't even know how to call my own mother. That's how I can remember numbers from when I was a child. So yeah, people are so detached from nature. They don't even take off their shoes and run their toes in the dirt. So when you do all those things all together, you get these people that's very individualistic, detached from human beings. So that's why, in the 80s and 90s, they used to say people are dehumanized to the violence is going on. So what is it now 35 years later? If you were getting detached and numb then, what is it now when kids are talking about death like it's Grand Theft Auto? In fact, I just got to talk about The Man Not, that Tommy Curry book about George Stanley, that kid that got electrocuted when he was young. And Zoomer's response was, sometime you got to shock your kids.
Wow. I hope that was a joke.
I mean, it's a joke, but at an inappropriate time. it's not nothing for me to go call him all out of his name and get disrespectful with him, but it's just he's the king of inappropriate jokes at the inappropriate time.
Ah, I see.
He always does.
So
that.
you weren't surprised that he made the joke.
He comes in the chat saying "Booty Hole Brown."
Wow, that is weird.
Yeah, he's a strange character.
Well, he's got an umlaut over over the first O, or the two O's. So Zuma. Is that how you pronounce it?
Zuma.
No, the umlauts. You got to pay attention to the umlauts.
Oh, you're trying to make it fancy, so you can't just type his name.
Well, the umlaut flattens the O into something in English sounds like an E, if I get that correctly.
Oh, so Zimmer.
Something like that. I've see the wide knowledge. I've taken German. I took German in college. Actually got good at it.
Yeah, I had our good friend Sin come and tell me, why are you being on all these other panels? You need to be in a panel. You need to be spending your time there. I'm here now, Sin.
She never comes up to the panel.
Nah, she's scared. Pussy. But she'll email you to death and be in the chat annoying you.
Oh, that's all right. I like Sin.
Stanley speaks for Stanley. The views of Stanley are not the views that are not.
You gotta add the disclaimer. That's funny.
But yeah, oh Lord ADS put the Afro Superman up there, huh?
Sunshine Superman, brother. Black Superman.
Superman should be darker than that. He should look like Akon.
Brother, this is the best black Superman we got, okay? You know what I'm saying? We could be.
I don't know who we is. You French?
We. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand what you're saying, though. You would think he'd be like super dark, right? Like the color of, you know what I'm saying, roasted meat type black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he's not. And believe it or not, this is who I grew up reading on, man. This is one of the cats I really grew up really looking into as a kid. When I first found out there was a Sunshine Superman, brother, I went crazy when I was a black Superman because there wasn't a whole lot of black representation. Huh?
When
In
was
comics.
this popular?
Back in the 90s.
Okay, well, you know what? This is gonna sound weird, but Donovan, a singer called Donovan, back in the '60s, I think, had a song called "Sunshine Superman," and I was wondering if the two were connected.
Possibly. I don't. The origins were just from DC Comics, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So this could been that could have been the inspiration for it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, like I said, it wasn't a whole lot of really good black representation back in the 90s when it came to comic book characters. So when they came out like with this, I mean, I went like bonkers, nigga.
The first black kind of like superhero that I remember was from Schoolhouse Rock. I do my thing in action. Verb, that's what's happening. He was a superhero.
Yeah, well, yeah, because well, you and I was reading comic books back in the '70s, so there were definitely you still have one or two, but you know, talk about no representation.
Not a superhero, but another person I thought was cool would be Easy Reader, and that was Morgan Freeman on Electric Company.
Oh, I remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's where he got his start, as far as I know.
And then
Wasn't Reno was on the Electric Company too? Wasn't
yeah, she was. She was. Also, we had later on, Robert Urich had a show called Vegas, and his sidekick was called.
Yeah, I remember the show.
Hawk, a man named Hawk.
Yep.
And then before that, I think the guy I looked up to would have been Woody Strode. He's always playing cowboy movies. So
Are you old enough to remember the Mod Squad?
Yes. Now that's his name is Clifton something. Wait, what's his name? Got the gap in his teeth, plays in Tales of the Crypt. He played the father in Sugar Hill. I know it starts with a C, but yeah, he had the big old afro and a turtleneck.
Yep, he was Link.
Yes. And then at that time, another big thing was Cosby, the Cosby Kids, Fat Albert and them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I used to watch that Saturday mornings. Yep.
So I mean, I hear people say we didn't have no representation or men, but I would say I disagree with that because you did have Harry Belafonte, Malcolm X, even though you want to call James what's the name that made the fire next time?
James Baldwin.
Yeah, James Baldwin. People would talk crazy about Baynard Rustin now. It was a lot of black stuff. You had the Panthers. It was a lot of black stuff when I was young.
Angela Davis.
Yes.
But then you had Andrew Young is mayor of Atlanta. You had Maynard Jackson.
Yeah.
It was there.
And at that time in the probably the early 90s, Rob Johnson, when BT began, I think it was DC based. So it was really black too. So and also at that time, before I even saw BT, we had something called Soul Beat with Chuck Johnson that was in Oakland. So it was a lot of black representation. Like I said, when I was younger, I saw White Flight, then I saw Black Flight. Those black folks when they moved into Hercules and Montclair and Trestle Glen, they left the so-called flatlands. But when I was younger, I could be going to school and be talking to a lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, all that. So all that was around. And the fact that people say something wasn't passed down, no, it wasn't accepted because people let outside societal things have more influence over them. but it was there.
Well, I think
I gotta drop Nice in a second, but I'll say this too in conclusion, right? Now this is top topic what we're talking about right now, but I wanted to say this when I came up here. Did you see that line of women when Pearlie was going at those girls? I mean, they all popped up on that panel, like a whole line of black women in the space, right? To kind of help out with that. Even though saying your boy fell on a kind of a sword for that too in that circumstance, right? All because I felt as if they were losing a debate. Thank you again for having me up. Have a good morning.
They were losing what?
A debate. Pearl was winning, even though her facts weren't popular. They were winning, and it got to the point where
Pearl is
frustration started boiling
illiterate.
over. Okay.
What debate? Pearl is illiterate.
Okay. If you, I mean, believe it or not,
Well,
I'm
no,
not.
I mean, even you would have to admit that. She sounded.
I'll say
she
this.
literally sounded like a high schooler up there.
I will say this, Dan, I'll get out of here. But I'm not a big fan of Pearl either, right? Because of some of the things she said in the past about slavery wasn't so bad, then what she did to Africans and some of the, the stuff like that. I'm not a big fan, but when I watched that debate, though, I see that she was kind of winning out with the facts on her end versus them being able to counter those facts, right? Which created a huge vacuum of emotion to the point where people had to jump up there.
What fact did she spit?
50% of black women have the herp. Hit them with that. Women prefer thugs over gentlemen. She hit them with that.
I don't think that's a fact.
It's pretty factual to me. Thank you for having me up. Nidus, have a good morning.
I don't think either.
Good morning.
Maybe the herpes thing is a thing, but I don't consider those facts.
No, they're just popular talking points. Because if you want to start talking about bad boys, that's a Hollywood push thing.
Okay, most black people have never been to jail, and they don't live in poverty. They are working.
I've explained that 1,000 times. I say that most of the things we talk about on these panels are about minorities. Because yes, if when they make it black, I say, okay, so let's talk about it being black. It's supposedly 46 million of us. So you cut it in half because we just want to eliminate the women out of it because we're just going to focus on men. So that leaves 26 million or 23 million black men. It's less than 2 million black people in jail. So that's not even.
Is it even that much?
It's like I think it was like 1.3 million. It's like 7% in my understanding. So 93% of black men ain't never been to jail, don't think about going to jail, and the majority of them are above the poverty line. And when I say that, they go, yes, that's a damn lie. I say, here's how you can help them people that's right above the poverty line. Get married.
Look, it's a lie. That's a lie. No. See, this is what I get so frustrated with. You hear a talking point, but you have to do your own homework to either confirm or deny. Okay, and statistics are a funny thing. Statistics produce narratives. The statistics are just the actual numbers are just numbers. You have to put things into perspective. It is a true fact that the overwhelming majority of black men have never been in jail, even to trial. So why don't we concentrate on that fact? Now, is the percentage higher than other demographic groups? Yes. Is it a problem? Yes. However, the real actuality is 93% of black men have never been to jail. And if that's a lie, then you know what? I don't know how to help you. And like 60, it's not a huge percentage, somewhere between 60 and 70% of black families are working class or above. And all this stuff, blackdemographics.com, in this argument, well, can we trust the stats? Well, you got to trust something. The one thing you shouldn't trust are talking points on a Pearly show, because she's not that bright. And you can listen to her and know that, she's got high school girls' bathroom talking points. So
And yeah, we're at a time
you gotta engage. Don't come up on a panel or don't start spouting talking points unless you've actually researched them for perspective. So, that's pretty much, I'll stop fussing. Almanaz, I don't know Pearly things, so it's not a matter of like or dislike. I dislike ignorance. I dislike illiterates, when they can help it. So I don't know her personally, so I don't like or dislike her at that level. I dislike her points. I dislike her argument.
It's a blessing to be able to separate your feelings from contextual referencing, facts.
It takes practice. It's a discipline.
And to me, that's just either women speak or psychobabble, because they always ask me about my feelings. I'm not talking about my feelings. I'm talking about a number I looked at, a hard number. You can't separate that. This is the number that they say, and then when they talk about violent crimes, a lot of them dudes is in jail for non-violent crimes. So if you're talking about the real problem, I would think it would be the violent criminals. So that makes it an even less number. Because what's said on here is that all black men are violent and out of control. Based on what? So that's the talking points we talking about right now. Well, these black men are the boogeyman. To who? Everywhere I go, I don't see nobody that's all that scared of no black folks.
Yeah, I know they ain't talking about it like how I be talking about it. They ain't talking about from the moral compass. They actually
They're
believe.
not talking about that at all.
Yeah.
They just talking. They ain't ever talking about no morality over here. And the place that they are talking about morality, they mock them people and call them cults and all kinds of stuff. So it ain't no way to make these people happy. Why try? And then they'll be in the chat talking about Nice just says stuff. Then I show them the stat. Well, that don't mean that. Okay, so what do it mean?
They don't know what it means. It just don't mean whatever you say it don't mean.
Well, yeah, they're just fighting to fight. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. And I realized that month one when I was on here. So they say, and see, that's why not you, but that's why when some people be like, "How you doing?" You think some goofy stuff you said to me the other day when I wasn't paying no attention, I took that to bed with me? That's crazy. Is there somebody on here actually doing that?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, evidently, yeah.
Yeah. Not you and not me, but apparently, yeah. Because they come back, with the same stuff. Like you pointed out. It's people that clearly don't like you, right?
Yeah.
Clearly don't like me. Why are you trying to have a conversation with me at all? That's the part I don't understand. I'm not that desperate to talk to nobody.
And I don't mind having a constructive conversation with somebody. But if it's like somebody finna say some shit, I already heard you say a year ago, 2 years, like Ruthless hasn't said one new thing. And he's like, why y'all can't let me finish? We already know what you're about to say.
Literally verbatim. Verbatim though. Like he says it with every conversation, literally the same thing. Like it's on what is that called? Night where something is being replayed.
It's on the loop.
Loop. Yeah, loop. That's what he sound like.
Yeah, he's on
Every
the loop.
conversation is
Every show is gonna come. Like the other day, I don't know why Rogue C thought that Ruthless was listening to her. No matter what you say, Rogue C, woman bad.
Yeah.
You going against his leadership if you have an opinion. In fact, nobody should be listening to you at all. You just here to follow my rules. And then, like I said to him years ago, why do you always put the man in a weak position?
Yeah. We always that like it's like we're vulnerable or inferior. I'm like, is that how you see yourself? And it's always is everybody else except for them.
It gotta be. And all them scenarios, all the dudes is pussy whips.
Yeah.
If there's any vagina in the proximity, the other day you simping on Rogue C. She not finna give you no pussy. I'm not simping on nobody. I'm just listening to the scenario that was put there. If she's working 2 jobs, then coming home and taking care of the kids and cooking and doing whatever else because you got special needs, because you got diabetes, and she's saying she just won't work out the way she would work out if you went to the gym and worked out with her, why is it I'm gonna stay with my boys? I don't listen to these women. I'm like, how did that turn negative? And how is it that you don't choose family first?
And why is it that she not going to give you no box? What
And
that has
in the scenario, she's married though, and she's just had a baby, so she's giving you box. So
no, I'm talking about when he was saying that you were simping. He was like, "Why you simping?"
Yeah, because that's what they do. If you say anything where you're objective and you listen to a woman, oh nigga, you think she gonna give you some pussy? What? I don't even know that person. To me, she just an avatar on here. I went where?
Like I have never seen so driven by it.
It's yes, they every comment. Somebody's tricking or simping or I'm like, I'm confused. Nigga, I have dudes that I don't even know. Complete nigga, you've been simping for these bitches ever since. Why are you angry? What you mean? Why are you angry? I don't even know who the hell you are. You know me. I said, no, I've seen your avatar before. I know your name, but I don't know you. Triple black. But since you focus on me, that's why I'm calling you a Mucinex booger. Maybe you're mad at angry at women because this is just how you look. There's women that like ugly dudes. But I don't know how that makes. I've been looking at your show for this many years, and all you do is sip and trick over there. I've been hearing the music. Same thing we was the other day. Why you play that soft ass song? These bitches want to hear some motherfucking little baby. Like, really?
Yo is 70 years old talking about hearing some little baby. Yeah, there's something wrong. Arrested Development, like I don't know what.
Yeah. Whenever he got arrested, he's still that age.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
I know what Arrested Development is, but whenever he got arrested, he's still at it. They call it failure to launch.
Yeah. There go my left foot in there.
Cussed me out the other day. Yo, you blocked me and you did. I said, I don't block nobody. Nobody's blocked, sir. Yeah, because you dropped. I said you had something up here, a video or something. I dropped the video, and when I dropped the video, you and the video both dropped. But then I was blocked. Again, I don't know how you're blocked because you're not blocked. I don't block anyone. as you'll see, I'm saying to people, if you hate me so much, why are you back? If I block them, there's no way for them to come back unless they change their name.
Right.
I do not be blocking people. It's not that deep.
That's what I don't understand. Is just that, and then it's like everything, like the videos, like the videos be. Did you hear what the woman said?
Yeah.
Why are you worried about what a woman is saying? I thought you were supposed to be this red pill alpha man. What anything she has to say, what do that got to do with what you're doing?
Pretty much.
And he never answers that. He goes to the loop. He literally he never answers something directly. And he act like I forgot about that daggone recording that's out there. I ain't forget. Like you messed up by allowing that recording to go on, bro. That super alpha male, I got all these women under my thumb and everything like that. That's over with, G.
And me, this is probably where I'm gonna sound like a simp. I like a woman who actually isn't, like I say all the time, my wife was smarter than me.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. If she has something to say, I listen to her. Her thing was she's being affected by society also, though. So since he listens to me, that may take him down a notch. No, it don't. I'm still a man. If I'm broke, I'm still a man. All these people that be on here talking about they got to be rich and they got to do all this, that somehow has something to do with your manhood.
Yep, for them. And that says a lot, though. They don't understand that says a lot that a note, N-O-T-E, a note.
Yeah, promissory notes.
Yeah.
Is what or here's the other one. If your woman make more money than you, you a wife.
Oh, yeah.
These niggas say all kind of crazy shit. I'm like, what?
Any of those things, you aren't you are no longer valuable. So that lets me know, okay, so if you don't work, or you don't not let me take that out. Not you don't work. If you aren't able to earn money
more than her,
or earn money in some type of fashion.
Yeah.
That means you literally she didn't have to say that. You believe that you're worthless.
Yes. So you have made yourself utility, not
correct.
Her.
Not
so
her.
You're mad at the wrong person. You should be upset with yourself.
Checkmate.
I don't think I'm utility. No, I don't give a damn if I make 20,000 a year. I'm still a man. What the hell is you talking about?
Yep. Checkmate. Bingo. Game, set, and match.
Well, she went to school and she makes $80,000. You got to make 120. Oh, just to be a man in the house. You got to make 120 to be a man in the house. Like I was listening to Stanley a minute ago. What if I'm into the arts? Or what if I'm an inventor? Like that movie, what was that movie called? Acrimony.
Yeah, Acrimony.
Acrimony. That man was an inventor. And if she would just been patient a little bit longer, that thing hit off. What did he do? He bought her house back, gave her like $10-20 million. No, I want you back. No, baby, you ran me off. I got a woman that actually loves me now.
And that's the problem. They think
nobody can.
Yep. And they think they believe, instead of looking at the person in that movie, they believe that that's them. And that's where I come in at. Nigga, that wasn't you. That's not you. He loved that woman. He loved her. He tried his best to be with her.
Yeah, but her sisters and everybody else outside of them had so much influence.
Mm-hmm.
But they stayed single and bitter.
Facts.
And ain't nobody come back to buy them a house. No, and Stanley, I know it's probable. I understand what you're saying about liberal arts and people having, morals and being able to have the ability to make these wise decisions that can be effective in their life. I understand that. You got to have somebody there to teach you that. You need a community there that makes sure that is the direction. So when you have a destabilized community, the men are probably thinking like Ruthless. Well, if your mom ain't fucking me, I ain't coming over to see you little bastards.
Okay, I'm lost.
That's Corey Holcomb's whole thing. I come by and rub my son's head and then go in the room, bang his mama, and come back out and rub his head and leave. That's our leadership.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you a question though. Why do we need leaders? I mean, I think that some of the quote leaders we have now.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm dead serious.
Why do we need leaders?
I'm dead serious. I didn't stutter.
I think the right leader.
Men
Some of the people that call themselves leaders right now are horrible.
Yeah, you do know that's just a regular prerequisite.
If it's
like yin and yang.
Okay, you go ahead and finish, and I'll respond.
Okay, you know that's a prerequisite like yin and yang, right?
No, it's not a prerequisite.
Why? You don't think there is always going to be a leader and there's always going to be a follower?
Don't ask me what I think. I'll tell you what I think when you're done.
Okay. Good.
Oh, no. If men are supposed to be leaders in their household, we have the leaders we need already.
Who said men are supposed to be leaders in the household?
Isn't that what I hear every day on these panels? Men should lead.
Talking about leadership, period. Because
if we have leaders in every household, that's all the leadership we need.
Okay, so all you need is women.
But that's the problem. We don't.
70%.
I don't think it's a problem. The problem is we don't have
70%
leaders in household.
So 70% of these households is women leading it, and you said we had the leaders we already need. I'm just trying to understand what you just said.
I didn't say that. I said if men are supposed to be leaders, if you're leading your household, and I'm assuming a perfect scenario where there's a man in every house. That's all the leadership
that's
we
not
need.
reality. Okay, gotcha.
Well, no, and the reality is we don't need national leaders. We do need leaders in households, and I'm not precluding that women can't be leaders.
Okay.
You got to meet things, you got to meet reality where it is. And if the reality is you are a single mother, and you're going to have to forgive me, I was a single parent for quite some time. So I have sympathy for single mothers. Single parents do a very difficult job.
Why
They
you
juggle a
apologize?
lot of balls. Let me finish, please. So I've said in the past that if you are a woman, and this is just a man talking about a situation he's never been in. So, you'll have to take that, and keep that in mind. Sometimes you have to step up. If there's no man in the house, you are a single mother. Unfortunately, you will have to lead, or fortunately, you need to compensate for, a masculine influence. You need to figure it out. However, we don't need a national leader because we don't have a monolithic Black community. There are Black communities. I have no problems with local leaders, but national leadership, why? For what? We aren't all the same. We don't all have the same needs. We don't all face the same conditions. And part of the problem is we keep thinking this is 1960. It's 2025. Conditions have changed. They have improved. We have different problems as a Black, quote, community than we did in 1960. We need to grow up.
All right, and that's where I think we got a little cross. I wasn't saying a national leader. What I was saying is the leadership itself is in a poorish position.
But the thing is you got to be careful.
You were just talking like 3 minutes. You said something about the household, like Nida said.
Yes.
70% of the households are ran by women.
So what?
Okay, so
I
with
literally said that women can be
wasn't
leaders too,
finished.
correct?
I wasn't
Did I
finished.
not
So that
say women
goes
can be leaders
into
too?
disagreement about what you said. The men are leaders. That's what you said earlier.
Okay, no, you again, you don't listen very well.
No, I listen
Men
I
should
listen.
be leaders.
I listen.
Men should be leaders.
They should be leaders,
women,
but they
did
aren't.
you hear me say that
aren't.
women can be leaders too?
They aren't.
Did you
They
hear
are
me
not.
say? You know what? Well, then you and I agree on the problem. Then they're not. The women aren't.
Exactly.
The
So
single
since we
mothers
have-
aren't
that's the
being
reality
leaders.
of it.
Single
we have
mothers
that
aren't
problem
being
then,
leaders,
right?
and the YNs aren't being leaders
Since we
either.
have that problem, then right? Then the
do
utopia you're
have
talking
that
about will
problem.
not exist.
Well, let me go a step farther than you. We have that problem, and it's not going to be fixed.
Correct.
There is no community problem that can be solved the way some of these panels think it can. I think I do understand you now. Forgive me for overstepping. It's a problem, but it's a problem that's either going to fix itself or there will be extinction. I don't think there's an intervention. I don't think there's an intervention that can be done other than, having a bully pulpit and preaching that we should have leaders. That's about it. You can't make people do things.
Agreed.
Oh, well, you can make them do things, but they're not making them do them. They showed that with the National Guard. They cleaned up a whole community in a week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you didn't see the news today. We just had a judge basically say that the National Guard needs to get out of DC. So we'll see how that works out.
They're probably going to get out.
By the way, I don't particularly have a problem with what Trump did in DC.
Me neither. I wish he'd come to Baltimore.
And I'm supposed.
Yes, the thing is, this ain't none of this changing anything. It's over. It's going to be on an individualistic basis. Certain households is going to be ran. What we would say, I would say semi. We're never going to go back into ultimate traditional.
Well, there never was. See, that's the other thing. There never was. See, people want to go and glorify the past. They want to act like, there were Black Ozzie and Harriets back in the early 20th century. There were not. There were some. I said that wrong. There were some, if you were upper class or, you had money, if you were living, say, DC had a thriving, boule type class of people.
Okay. Yes.
However, out in the hinterlands, out in South Georgia, like where my father grew up, not so much. There were problems. There's a book called Slavery by Another Name. Dude, it was horrible in Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida. Black people in particular were terrorized. So these people, there weren't a class of people living in, say, Valdosta, Georgia, living, upper crust lives. Blacks were literally segregated. And, within that segregation, there would be people that were living pretty good. But when you have a court system, for instance, say in Georgia back in like 1910, where Black lawyers aren't even welcome in courtrooms, how is that a good life? Blacks couldn't even testify. If some white man, came and burned down your house, you couldn't even go to court and be a witness against him. That's not living high on the hog. And people need to, Black conservatives in particular, need to understand that that is not good.
Stanley, let me ask you a question. for where if we do not have examples of leadership, because you said we don't need them, where would one learn how to be a leader? And examples of leadership, I'm not just talking about in a, mayor, government, president, those type of things. Not
I'll
talking
be
about
honest, and probably people will have to help me out here. I'd say the military is one of the few actual places where you're either going to be a leader or fail. I can't think of other. Surely, I'm limited in my view.
But don't that go to the
But
national
if you don't
leadership?
learn it,
About?
National Guard isn't necessarily leadership.
No,
You need to
not
be
National
actual
Guard. I was talking about, you said we don't need a national leader.
We
So aren't the military under a national leader?
I thought you were talking about like a black leader, like a Martin Luther King or Malcolm X.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood then.
Yeah, when I talk about leadership,
And I'm also going to tell you this, not to cut you off.
Go ahead.
The president doesn't matter that much out in the middle of the ocean. Nobody's thinking about the president. You're thinking about your captain.
What'd you say, Knight?
Joints and chiefs of staff, all them other people that he got to go through. He's just a figurehead.
Correct.
But that's
I mean, Trump is a little bit more of a figurehead, but by and large, you're right.
The thing is, everybody want to not do their job. Men don't want to be men no more. Women don't want to be women no more. So that's why they're out here talking about being robots and who knows, transhumanism.
Yeah.
If you had the mentors back, the coaches back, but see, what are the men saying? That those jobs were thankless. And I think that's in response to the women saying that their job was thankless. So we had a stalemate. Both people is, grabbing a ball and going home. Because when I listen to women talking about the shit they don't want to do, you don't want to have birth, that's like nature. You don't want to have a family, that's like nature. It's like you're going against. So my issue is if you start talking that religious stuff, you're going against God when you're talking about you don't want to have kids and you don't want to raise family and do all this stuff. That's going against you say you're a religious person or you believe in the Bible, so you believe in the stories in that Bible and how that works. So it's God, man, woman, and children. And you're supposed to be listening to your man because he's following God and he's leading you. That's based on the story I understand. But outside of that, if you make it all women, because that's what you're trying to make it, what Prince Ella say, where it's just this whole women group and all y'all periods sync up at the same time. You don't think that's going to be dangerous?
It really is crazy, that, and I'm glad you pointed that out. The most religious, and when we're talking about females that claim that they love the Bible, love God, they don't see that their worldly choices, emotional strongholds, and their beliefs aren't biblical at all. Like you said, your natural design was for a man and a baby, and that shouldn't be a bad thing. That's what your body is actually designed for.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question on that. And you need to know that I was raised Catholic, but I'm not particularly religious. I find arguments like yours a little interesting at best. What if someone decides not to go with the natural order of things? It is their right. And I'll remind you that humans have been altering nature.
You're asking me a question, or you give me a statement?
No, both. So wait till I'm done, please. Men have been, mankind has been altering nature for decades. Trans is not nothing new or anything new. I'll also remind you of that. So I'm prefacing my question. The question is, so what if someone decides to go against the natural order of things? Why is it anyone's business?
It's not unless they try to impose it on you.
I don't think anything's
nobody gives a fuck if you want to be a woman or whatever.
I don't think anybody is imposing anything.
Yeah, that was
delusional.
Yeah, that was a crazy.
Well, no,
report.
I'm factual. You're the one who's delusional if you think
You don't
someone-
believe that community
No,
is
I do not. I do not believe.
society?
I do not believe.
Okay, yeah, you're delusional.
Stanley,
No,
what type
Fred,
of question is
I'm not
that?
who is dude, I just had a kid go through public school. No one was forcing anything anywhere. This idea that trans is being imposed on kids.
You
See,
chose trans. We're not
people are confusing
talking about
knowing-
shit. You the one brought up trans. We talking
I
about
did.
going against nature. Period.
Oh, well, I mean trans, I mean LGBTQ overall. What is
Are you a
wrong?
liberal?
If someone I'm literally saying that. Don't stop asking me if I believe it. If I say it, I believe it.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't like to assume.
Well, no. Go ahead and assume. for
No,
this
I don't make
panel
an
at
ass of
this
myself,
time.
sir.
If I say something, I believe it.
No, I'm never going to assume.
Yeah,
I
two
like to
different
know
conversations.
You can assume it with me because I don't do false premises. I speak my mind all the time, 100% of the time.
Sound feminine a little bit.
You know what? It can sound, I think you're hearing it feminine.
No, I'm not hearing it feminine. Any man that
No,
wants
you're hearing it feminine. You're hearing it as a female. If you think I'm
if
speaking,
it's your
feminine.
stance, it's your stance. You don't have
It's
to
my stance, and I'm saying it as a
I'm
man.
not liberal. You should be able to hear the
This
liberal.
is making a lot of sense now.
Oh,
Well, say liberal, not feminine. They're not the same thing.
It's explaining.
This is making a lot of sense now.
Oh, well, thank God for that. Bottom line is if someone decides to go against the natural order, as long as it's not hurting anyone else, I don't care.
Do you see the world? Do you think that it has hurt?
I'm sorry.
Do you
I'm
think
not
going
sure I
against the
understand.
natural order has hurt the world? Do you see the world we live in right now?
Yes, it has hurt the world. However, when
That's-
I think of when I say going against the natural order is literally deforestation, things like that.
Yes, exactly.
There's all kinds of things that are hurting
Yes,
the world.
polluting the skies.
I'm
polluting-
talking about people.
all of that's going
I
against
think
nature.
human beings have gone against nature pretty much since we were Homo sapiens.
What?
Yes.
Oh, you one of them.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I'm one of them
Oh, you are-
who's very confident in his argument. Prove me wrong. Since I'm one of them, go ahead and trash my argument. I'll wait.
I will.
I know better than that.
I will agree.
Okay, well, you know better, but you don't know much, apparently.
I know better than to try with you.
I
think-
literally,
I think that-
then you
Wait, come on, y'all.
know your
Let's not do
limitations.
this.
You know your limitations,
not argue-
and I
let's
appreciate
not
the
have an argument
humility.
about the discussion. Listen, I agree with him. We had kerosene lamps in damn closed quarters. That wasn't good for us. Yeah, we've been doing exactly what he said, for sure.
Well, kerosene doesn't occur naturally. We had to process petroleum
So
into
when I'm
kerosene.
agreeing with you, why are you saying I'm not agreeing with you?
Well, no,
See, that's why I said I
was
wasn't
just
doing it.
hold on, Knight.
told you.
Knight. I was just I was emphasizing your point.
Oh,
That's why I said I know better, Nidus.
Okay, son,
I knew
you
it.
can know better, but you know limits.
You were just agreeing
That's
with
the
that man,
problem.
and he
You're
chose to
not. Your
argue.
argument is not going to survive mine. So you know better within your limits, and I appreciate your humility.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
yeah, but I think I don't even think I know that's a fact. We wear shoes. It's not perfect for our feet. Everything. People was wearing damn what's them damn things that pull a waist in, corsets and
Corsets?
yeah, everything is just we trying to look like things that we ain't. We trying to yeah. Everything is going against it since the beginning.
But that's human nature. I'm not even saying that's wrong as long as it's not doing harm. And a lot of things that you just mentioned, Nidish, have done harm.
Yeah. Blood leading people. Oh, she got a cold. Let's blood lead her. Boiling witches, the hysteria witches. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. And a lot of them witches was dudes, they warlocks, but they say witches, but yeah. That's why in that case with OJ Simpson, when Marsha Clark said something and Johnny Cochran said, "Stop acting hysterical," she went, "My goodness, you're a learned man."
She sure did.
And somebody looked at me and they said, "What is he talking about?" I said, "Because he said she was hysterical, and that has something to do with hysteria witches." So women use that what the lady, what Marsha's trying to say was a bunch of women that got boiled in cauldrons. Then a lot of them was men that got boiled in cauldrons. Them was the ones that was messing with the dark arts like that. They just was warlocks, but they don't separate.
Well, they used to toss, back in merry old England. They used, during medieval periods and earlier, the Dark Ages, they toss you in, a lake or something like that. And no one knew how to swim, apparently. If you sank, you were going to die. And if you floated, you're a witch and they're going to hang you anyway. It's like you're going to die one way or the other. So, and by the way, and this is a total aside, I laugh when I hear about white people talk about their civilization. They were a civilizing influence. It's like, really? That's because people got tired of dying, being called witches.
Mr. Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Prior to Black people coming here, do you believe we were more civilized and a peace-loving people?
Where in Africa?
Slavery?
No,
I'm not sure. I mean, we weren't here before slavery. Well, there's a little bit of a caveat because the Spanish actually got here first, and they did have. You could be a slave, and if you converted to Catholicism, there were Black conquistadors, for instance. But no, we other than coming over, when the Spanish came over, no, we weren't here before that. I don't believe.
No, not. I wasn't talking about our location. I was talking about who we are, our demeanor. So, in other words, I don't think
humans are peaceful for very long. There were wars. I mean, most of the people, Black people in Africa that wound up being sent over during the Triangle Trade, they were, a lot of them were conquered tribes and stuff like that. So, I mean, slavery, you could argue slavery, the transatlantic slave trade was fueled by war. One tribe taking over another tribe, and they would sell the defeated into the transatlantic slave trade.
Exactly.
So the answer is we were as peaceful as any other people. Humans tend to, humans are peaceful until they're not. It's not a.
So what
race
about the
thing.
murderousness and graping and all that? Do you believe that came from something else, or that was inside of us as well?
I think human beings have a tendency to violence since the first Homo sapien.
Okay.
Sin says pirates could be Black or women. Interesting.
Make sense. Hey. Super chat for. I ain't got no super chat. Send a cash out.
Don't be encouraging that. Somebody's going to pay to get me off this panel.
No, I doubt. I doubt it.
Which is fine. I have an oven to clean. You know, thank you, Nightish, for letting me up on this panel so I can avoid responsibility.
Salute.
Next
easy,
week is
Stan.
Thanksgiving. I'm
Okay.
actually going to do a turkey this year. I haven't done one in quite some time.
You frying it or you baking it?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and roast it. Now I'm thinking about smoking it, but that would take hours. That would take, I have to start it like the day before. So I think I'm
Yeah.
just gonna. I haven't had a roasted turkey, and I'm actually good at baking stuff. You just have to have patience. And one of these days, I'll tell you about the time I did a Christmas goose. Took me fucking 10 hours to get the thing right, but I actually got it right. And so I've had years of practice.
Yeah, I finally like when it comes. For me, I have to have some fried turkey, man.
Oh,
I
it's
can't go back.
delicious.
Yeah, I can't go back now. If somebody said they took out, I always say fried. If it ain't fried, I don't want it.
Well, I've never fried one. My father fries turkeys, and he's got all the fancy stuff to crank it down into the oil and crank it back up. I don't have all that, but no, that's really the best way to have a turkey. Fried whole like that.
Turkey fryer.
Yeah,
But
now
I think my father-in-law might come down for Thanksgiving, so I'm just going to do it traditional.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I think this is
What's
the
my
first year I'm
favorite
not-
holiday?
Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had charcuterie boards. This would be the first holiday I didn't do it.
Damn.
Oh, you going to somebody's house?
That's kind of fancy.
Nope. I'm probably gonna get a hamburger.
I've been, you need to post a photo of you in an apron.
Let me see.
No, he do.
I never wore no apron.
I do.
My fault for saying an apron. He had something. He had, instead of calling it an apron, it's probably another term to it. He had something over. What was it,
like a
Nightish, when you
chef's-
was?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say that. Not an apron, but yeah. I can't think of the name of it. But no, Nightish
It's
was
like chefs. What do they call them? Chef's linens or something like that. But no,
I
I
didn't have
actually,
that. I wear plain clothes. No, I don't have no chef, nothing.
no, look, people who used to buy me those, the grill master type aprons. So
Yeah, I don't have none of that. I just cook in regular clothes.
Well, see, you when you cook, you're perfect. You don't spill shit. You don't splatter shit. You are the Martha Stewart. You're the
I
Martha
just got a
Stewart
bunch of
type, aren't you?
grills and crap.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So-
grilling is a lot less messy.
Let me see. Let's pull some of these up right quick. So let's see. We do a spatchcock turkey on the grill.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's
Now,
why I
did you
said
cut
I'm
the spine out, or
surprised.
did you split the breast?
Spine.
Interesting. How'd you do it, with a knife or a kitchen shears?
Kitchen shears.
Nice.
Yeah, he
Here we-
really does this, man. That's why I was saying I'm surprised. I could have sworn I seen him with
Let me see. Let's take it away and get the finished product. Get this out. Then we did a duck on the grill.
Nice.
Sprayed it with orange juice. Let me see. Where's the finish?
You know, I thought about it. They had they had a sale. Publix. I don't know if they have them out west. They
There you
probably
go.
don't.
After the grilling. See, where is that?
But I thought about doing a duck, except it was like
That's pretty.
$25 per pound or something.
Yeah,
Let's see.
it probably don't get no better texture than that.
Yeah, you got to get it right to the perfect crisp. There go the duck.
Yeah, and there go the duck.
I cooked it on the barrel.
Let me tell you
Nice.
something. That right there, I can just see it. That was everything.
Oh yeah, it's delicious.
That was everything. I could just tell it was everything, man. I'm jealous.
Well,
looking at it
duck
right
with
now.
all it's all dark meat or red meat in the breast. The goose is the same way. It's pretty much all dark meat. So, it's so oily that it's almost hard to overcook it, but you can get it perfect and it stays moist. Nothing like chicken.
Mhm.
Duck, if duck were as cheap as chicken, I'd never eat chicken.
Yeah, I like, instead of dealing with the big birds, I deal with the Cornish hens.
That's
Those are my
that's some
favorite.
good stuff too.
Yep,
Yes.
Cornish hens.
As a
So,
matter of
Steve, a
fact, if
fried
my
turkey.
father-in-law doesn't come down, I might just do two, one for me and one for my son, and be done with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how if we didn't do the turkey, we went with the Cornish hens, and
Yeah, those
everyone would
things,
have their
if
own
you,
hen.
yeah, you herb them up. My mother used to make them, and I've never
Yes,
been able to get them. I've never been able to get them to taste the way she used to do it. And I didn't, I never
that's
thought
the
to
fact.
ask her,
Yeah, I
well,
can't do it
exactly.
either. I can't. Like that woman is by far the greatest cook I have ever seen, and I can use the same ingredients, put them in there the same way, and it's not going to taste. It's going to taste good, but it's not going to taste like how I'm thinking. Me at 8, 9 years old, at the table full of love because I'm eating this food, just full and feeling ready to go to sleep. Sleep good.
Not the itis.
Yes. Yeah, that feeling. But not the bad itis, like when you're eating a cheese steak or something like that, and they put a hurting on you and everything. I'm talking about that smooth one, man. Like you want to sleep good and you ain't gonna wake up your stomach hurting or none of that stuff. That food, man.
Yeah, I remember, back in the day, like when I was small, we would go to my father's parents' house for Thanksgiving, and it was real traditional. Like, the women would get together and they would do all the cooking, and the men would go out to the farm, with some with the guns. So we would spend a few hours out there just target shooting, and
we would be out in the backyard while they cooking. And we had the china closet, and we used to bring out the china dishes and everything. We always drank wine with the Thanksgiving dinner and everything. Like that's how we ate. We had the spoons.
Yep.
Forks, soup spoons, all that laid out with the napkins, everything. It was crazy. You couldn't tell.
When I was
we
growing
wasn't
up, if we were home, that might be the only time that the good china came out. We would actually use a dining room.
Yeah.
No,
The china in the
364 days
dining
a
room.
year. We're eating in the den.
Yep, that's a fact. We in the kitchen or the den, but that dining room is Christmas, Easter, and Thanksgiving.
Oh, my mother would pull
And
out
that's when the
napkin
china
rings. Like napkin rings.
Yep, and you got to clean off all the China dishes and dry them off. They don't sit in the dry rack. You got to wipe them off and dry and put them right back in the closet and lock it up. It was crazy.
Put that in the dishwasher?
Nope. We was not allowed to put it in the dishwasher. We had to hand wash it and then dry it off with a towel.
Yep.
And then put it right back in there.
Me and my sister would do that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm like, hold on, like, why we can't just put it in the dishwasher or what's the name? Nope. This is the China.
It's too abrasive.
Yeah, this is
Too
the
abrasive.
China, right?
But let me ask you a question, though. You know, is it better that we don't do all that formality or worse? You know, in a way, you know, it's a lot more informal now. I think, you know, things like that, I think we've lost something, to be honest.
You get
you
from,
oh my God, great dude. I can honestly say I never broke one of my mother's china. That would be
oh no, you're going to be in trouble.
Oh, trouble. It might be execution.
Yeah. Oh no.
I'm sorry,
no.
son. I love you, but my sentence is firing squad.
That's why we had two people
We'll give
wash
you
the
your
dishes
last meal.
Yeah,
What
we
do you-
had two people
What do you
washing
want me to
dishes.
make for your last meal? Cornish hen.
But yeah, I agree with Nightish. Those traditions, for me, we've lost something. I think they meant
Yeah, I think
more,
you're right.
and I'm trying to recalibrate those traditions. I'm trying to bring those back, you know, with my family. Like one thing that my father used to do for me is we used to the swans used to come by this creek that used to flow through all the way up Gwinnett Oak and come through this graveyard. So we used to take bread from the store and go there and sit on this little pasture and feed the swans. And I'm gonna do that with my
Well, that's
son once he get about 2 years old.
Because you can think about it like this: in the middle of the vid, they was talking about babies was having detachment because they couldn't see faces because everybody was wearing masks. So them things where everybody sat down at the table together, and like the aunties used to be, because we used to go to patches and get apples and pears and peaches and all that other stuff, and all the aunts would be around snapping, canning apples, canning peaches, getting preserves together. And then we make them all these little packages, and everybody had deep freezers and stuff. So they had meat packages there, have like whole cows broke down and stuff, and then separate all that stuff, spread out to everybody. So that's all connection. Now, when everything is you getting DoorDash and Instacart, you don't even see your people.
Right. All that formality, all that being personable is lost. Is being depleted. And I hate it. But people always call me old fashioned. They say I need to pick up with the times, but I'm like, that's when love was at its most
mental things like people going through, because the kids are easier to do stuff to each other because they don't have no connection. It used to be you had to get outside the house. The whole neighborhood telling you either getting out the house or you staying in here, and you don't interact with people. Now people don't even interact with each other. That's why they're so easy to go off on each other.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's correct. Because we're not like Nate said, we're not knowing each other. We don't know each other. You're not even trying to figure out what's going on with your brother or what they need or how you can help. Yeah, like your neighbors. Like the other day was the first time I heard somebody on here talk about neighbors, and that was from Nightish. He said, regardless whether they say something, I'm going to speak to them. And that's how it should be.
They speak back. I'm just saying, so many people I see.
Oh yeah,
they,
well, see,
their neighbors nowhere else, and they don't get no response. But my neighbors, we talk.
Yeah.
Let me see. So
but see, it's been a long time since I heard somebody say
that.
Because that's how it's supposed to be. Like, hey, good morning. How are you? The day it looks nice out here, or it's about to be brick out here. Just a regular conversation.
Yeah.
Don't take much. Sure, you go outside, grill on, just take a couple pieces of meat, grill on there. They smell it. Oh, okay. What you over there doing?
So that was trout on the barrel cooked, compound butter and lemons and
You got the lemon stuffed in them?
yeah.
Yo.
And then this crab salad. I used to be doing a whole lot of cooking. I ain't cooking this year though. That stuff take time.
It does. It does. That's why you're supposed to have the whole family doing it. Everybody had their own part. Me and my cousins, when we was young, we used to make the cakes. With the little beater and everything like that. Taste the cake mix and all that. Like I miss that, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
It's real simple. Made it big. Like it made it huge. So
this is the macaroni and cheese I cooked on the barrel. So that a smoky taste in the mac. Go that charcuterie board I was talking about.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that macaroni and cheese that you had up there, man, that looked at.
Oh yeah, it was delicious. Let me see. What do I have up here? Yeah, so this is like broccoli with the ranch, and the pecans and the walnuts and the different cheeses, salami, supersado, the whole little get down. Here go another one.
If y'all get a chance, make yourself some what is it, spicy chicken dip.
Yeah. It's kind of similar to the crab dips. The crab dip got cheese in it.
Yeah. Same thing with the spicy chicken. You shred up some chicken breast.
Yeah, like the buffalo chicken dip.
Buffalo. Oh yeah, my fault. Excuse me. That's what it's called. I said spicy buffalo chicken dip. That's what it's called. That thing is fire. Oh man, that's fire.
Let me see.
Sit on there, smack on that. Watch me a good movie. Give me a little bit of Moscato and get me some chips and be good. Buffalo chicken dip. Yeah, I'm a foodie, man. I love, man. Food be good. Food be good, especially when you got some people that can really cook, like not just cook, but that has that right flavor.
Oh yeah,
man.
Flavors everything. I done been over so many people's house with that damn pasta noodle and it wasn't cooked in no broth. It's just plain water. It don't be
right
all the way. It's al dente, the cheese. I was like, oh no, this ain't it.
Right, because when cabbage is made right night, I can eat it by itself. When it's made right and it's smoked and put the turkey neck and you man, I can eat that.
Everybody not cooks. They haven't boiled that smoked turkey leg down all the way.
Yeah.
This is the way all this stuff got to be done.
Yeah. Shoot.
Yeah, so Sin 7, stop saying that I'm neglecting the paladin when I'm here every night. Let me see. Yeah, I get any new subscribers. If y'all haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. We still at 169. So yeah, subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Like the content. But we had, I think we peaked at about 32 people, and we got 20 likes out of them 32 people. Yeah, we need y'all. We need engagement from you people. Y'all know what engagement look like? I mean, hit the like button, comment, subscribe, and support the channel. No super chat over here. We working towards monetization. So it's going to be about watch hours and subscribers. Tell a friend to tell a friend that the Paladin is open. No reason for y'all to neglect the night. It's the holidays too, and y'all ain't contributing to the wine fund. I'm not making no food, but I damn sure could go for some wine. Yeah, I'm having burgers, turkey burgers, and they'll be delicious, but they won't be like all them other holidays where I had duck and paella and gumbo and
that paella. I'm so thankful that you
and they got a
showed me
bunch
how to
of
do
different
that.
paellas, but yeah, I like them all. The one I made was the one with the mussels, clams, boneless, skinless chicken thighs. I had the chorizo. We had a little bit of saffron, some Pinot Grigio, and then all the vegetables, and then the bomba rice.
Yeah, the bomba rice. Yeah.
The liquid from it, the juices from it is delicious. The rice from it is delicious. The whole thing is delicious.
Yep, that runoff. That runoff hit that rice, man.
Oh yeah, it's over with. And you're not gonna be able to eat just a little bit of it. You're gonna be like, I'm just gonna eat this much. Then you're gonna go back and just get a little inch more. A little inch more.
Yeah. You gonna keep yeah. It is. It's one of those type of meals. You just got,
Yeah, because when that saffron and that wine and them seasonings soak up into all that seafood and it soak up into that chicken thigh, yeah, you good. All of it is good. Even damn bell pepper and garlic and onion and
yeah, the onions and oh man.
and
Yeah.
the green peas, everything in there, the little carrots, all of it.
Yeah, I'm
That's
having to make
what you cooking with when all of the season just marinate through the whole thing, and that's just the first day. The next day after it's been soaked and just
yeah,
sitting
the
there,
settle. Yeah.
oh my
Oh my gosh. Yeah, when it uncooled and you just reheat it a little bit, man. Sheesh. You see, I can't use the mussels and shrimps and clams, so I just went with chicken and the steak.
Yeah.
Chicken, steak, and then I put all the rest of the fixings and stuff in it. So, but
Oh, yeah,
that
it's just
thing,
looking to the steak too.
man, goodness, man. And see, that's why I said one thing I could say is majority on here has been negative, but the little bit of good that I have gained off here has mattered tremendously.
Oh, Max, you must have walked away. We did have mac and cheese. We had barbecue barrel mac and cheese.
Yeah, y'all, you ain't see the mac and cheese you had up there? Man.
It's Havarti sharp aged cheddar and what's that what's that called? Kobe Jack.
Kobe, yeah, I'm about to say Kobe.
And then I start mine off with a bechamel. Then I put all the crumbles in there. And bechamel ain't nothing but like a gravy, like a roux. So you got to make sure that's starting off tasting cool. Then when you add everything else, yeah. And then my noodles, I boil them in broth, chicken broth.
Mm-hmm.
And I get them right up to al dente so that when they get in the oven, it don't turn into mash.
Eggs, yes. You got to still leave it a little stiff.
Yeah.
Because the oven is going to take over the consistency from there. And then that's when, it'd be right. Because I do not like no squishy noodles, man. No. That's why I said people, like, they can, like, you'll get the meal done, but that texture and that taste and everything, you got to know what the F you doing, man. Like, for real. Because anybody can make it done so it's edible. But no, I don't want it edible, man. I want it to be made with some love, like you cared about it. You took attention to detail. Noodles was right, like you said. You didn't just put it in water; you put it in chicken, man.
Let me see. Today is Friday. Okay. Damn. So Thanksgiving is what? Sunday?
No, it's next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Decent. Wait a minute. What am I
Yeah,
looking-
Thanksgiving is always on Thursday.
Yeah, next Thursday, the 27th. It's a little late this year.
That's what I'm tripping off. I'm looking. I got my damn days all the way off. Today is the 21st. Yeah. Okay, I got you. I see it.
Come on, old man.
I'm looking at the 23rd and right under this saying the first because I'm skipping that whole last week right there. So yeah. Okay.
I'm the one who's supposed to be closer to Alzheimer's.
My goodness. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we I gotta pick this tradition back up because we started on Black Friday, Friendsgiving. So Friendsgiving is when we're still eating the leftovers from Thanksgiving, but that's when other people, like when you're done with your family, we get together and we bring certain things like a little potluck.
But you bring up such a good point with the pick up the traditions. Let me tell you something. There are people out there who would probably find this conversation feminine, and tradition can never be feminine. What your grandparents did, the care they took care of your parents, etc. And many people, if you're living in a single mother household, there may be traditions. You may not have a set of grandparents on your father's side, but that doesn't preclude necessarily. This is where I think if the family structure as it is now is broken, then then schools may be more important. I think schools are there for education, not parenting, but you gotta deal with the hand that you're dealt. But
right,
I don't know that I haven't heard anyone in a long time actually talk about we need to pick up those old traditions. And I like that. I like the way you put it.
Yeah,
You
it's
probably would
important.
think this stuff is feminine because all them traditions was typically held by like my grandmother, my aunts. They used to literally tell them, get out of the kitchen.
Yeah, but the men were doing something too.
Yeah. We was outside making fires.
We were getting out of the way.
Yeah.
To the time they was inside that garage drinking and doing
We always had a football game.
Right.
Yeah.
But also you gotta understand, Nightish, like I'm the only drinker in my family. I honestly don't think we go out to the farm and do all that stuff. No. My uncle, my father, my grandfather. Nope. No alcohol in sight.
Yeah.
I've literally never seen my grandfather. I don't think he drank. I've never asked. And then my father, occasionally, and I know he doesn't now.
I think
I'm the only black
one
sheep
in my
of the family.
that didn't drink was my Uncle Houston. Everybody else
Mhm.
drank though.
Literally, no one in my family did. My mother did, and that's probably kind of where I got it from, maybe. But even she, it was on a weekend.
Yeah.
It was never during the week.
Oh yeah, I don't think I ever saw. Let me see. The majority of them, I don't think I really saw them drinking during the week either. I only had my father and my one uncle that drank during the week, and his great uncle.
And the funny thing, my mother would have a couple, and she, me, her, the kids, my sister, she put on some fucking Marvin Gaye, and we'd be dancing. she was actually kind of fun. It wasn't so buttoned down. So, or we would go over. She had a best friend at the time, and we'd go over there, and we'd all be dancing in the living room. It was actually fun.
Yeah, my grandmother on my father's side is where all them people were. My grandmother on my mother's side, I think she drank wine, maybe, but usually on the holidays, it was a lot of gospel music. On my other side, my father's side, it was all in the blues. So it was a lot of Bobby Blue Bland and Johnny Taylor and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Rarely any Marvin Gaye though. A lot of Sam Cooke, Otis Redding, that kind of thing.
No, my mother was actually really into Marvin Gaye. Now, next time I go home, I'm gonna have to ask my father where all those records, all those vinyl albums are. I mean, my mother kind of had a fairly eclectic taste. Not so much into blues as much as into Motown.
Mm.
And she had a thing for Hugh Masekela also. So she had a little bit of back in like the 70s or early 80s. What would you call it? It wouldn't be Afrobeat. Hugh Masekela actually predated. It was just, I don't know.
Probably Afro pop.
I don't even know. I don't even know.
Fire used a little bit of Afro pop
Mhm.
because it was African music that was popular.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes, the music too, man. The music, like you said, on same thing. Like listen, and this people don't understand. This is why I say he one of my uncles, man, because it's literally the same stuff. One side of the family, gospel. The other one, we was listening to. Come on, give me some of them songs, Nightish, please, man.
70s?
Yeah, give me
So
some of the good.
70s pretty much dominated by let's see, the Whispers, Earth, Wind and Fire.
Earth, Wind and Fire was one of my favorites.
The Commodores, LTD.
Yes, there we go. Yep. So
I literally I have the 8-track
Kool and the
player.
Gang, yes.
Kool and the Gang, yep. I literally have like the Commodores and Earth, Wind and Fire on 8-track. I like have them somewhere in my closet in my bedroom.
Yeah, I think they tore up the 8-tracks. Well, who else? We used to listen to the Stylistic, the Dramatics,
Floaters,
the Floaters,
Yes.
Curtis Mayfield, Isaac Hayes, Barry White, Lou Rawls.
Parliament Funkadelic was a bit different.
Funkadelic-
Bootsy Collins
dang,
was
I was
a
about to say
huge.
Yeah, George Clinton originally was in a doo-wop band. He had a process.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Then later on, after James Brown, let's see, James Brown had Bootsy Collins, and he had at some point Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix was with the Isley Brothers for a hot little minute too. That's where Ernie Isley got a lot of his stuff from dealing with
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix.
By the way,
that
you know
was a
Bootsy
mean
Collins
collab.
has a YouTube channel.
That was a mean collab night. Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, but you
A
got to
lot of
understand
people don't
the
know.
Isley brothers. The Isley brothers started off doing doo-wop also.
Yeah.
You know you fucking want to shout. Throw your hands up and shout. Come on now. Don't forget to say you will. Turned into, hey girl, ain't no Mr. B.
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you. See, and that's the stuff I still love to this day. My heart won't go. I listen to some of this stuff out here, the new stuff, but it don't have it, man. It just don't have it. I can't compare it to like what we used to have. And it's not even what we used to have. That's what I still listen to. Commodores, Funkadelics, Parliament, all of them, Ozzy Brook, I still listen to that. And I'm still carrying it on that down. Like when I'm cleaning up and everything, that's what I'm listening to. Because that's what I grew up on. And for me, if it ain't broke, don't break it. That's how I look at it. If it ain't broke, don't break it. So I'm gonna take it on down if it works and continue on. It didn't do anything.
I don't keep up with music as much as I used to, or really I don't at all. But I saw Jill Scott somewhere on YouTube. I remember I was in the middle because I go through phases in my life where I'll just get all into, like, believe this or not, when I lived in upstate South Carolina, I lived between Greenville, South Carolina, and Spartanburg, and I got into bluegrass, like the old type of bluegrass, because it has a lot of African influence, the banjo, for instance. But somewhere in there, I discovered Jill Scott, and I fucking fell in love with that woman. She is and was just awesome. And I bought her first album on CD. Dude, I played that damn thing for months. So there's still people who do that kind of old-ish style R&B. It's just not popular. You have to go hunt for it.
Yeah, I mean, see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I carry those things. I still listen. Like when people hear me listening, even down to the rap. If I listen to rap, it's still, Lil Wayne, No Ceilings, and things like that. Like, cause this stuff, it's very few in between that I could find a decent rap song. Very few in between. For me. Not saying they ain't decent in their own right. I'm just saying for what I'm looking for, what, because a lot of this stuff out here, it's made like they got specific type of music for, like they got drill music. Drill music is literally for what it's talking about. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not on that type of time, so me listening to that, it ain't doing it. Like, it ain't doing it. Like, because I'm not out here trying to slide. Or like Nida said, I'm not trying to stand over somebody and shoot the F out of them. So that's not going to turn me on.
Like just like that. Some iteration of drill.
Yeah, like, so when you had
go have fun and party no more. Where's the new like Biz Markie or ODB? I mean, ODB wasn't talking about shooting something every 2 seconds.
Man.
Even the new DMX, he wasn't talking about shooting something every 2 seconds.
Even DMX, 50, even Ja when he had his hot point. Chingy.
That was party music. That was party music.
All of them, Ludacris. It was like so many that you can use. and they had hits. Like this is when we used to make our own little mixtapes, and you would take like Ludacris and have Jay-Z and have Lil Wayne, because they had so many hits, and you just put them all in your car and just have it on your CD little thing over top of your the little visor, and you just pluck in the CD and just let that thing play the whole way through that CD and flip it out and put another CD in, because music was so thriving from the we're talking about from the 90s all the way to 2010s. So that 20 years, music for me was everything. Them 20 years. 90s, 1990 all the way to 2010. That window, that 20-year window. Everything. So that's where I'm still stuck there, because that for me, that's when music for me was music. Not saying it's not something decent out there. It's just, from R&B to rap to pop to, from Mike Jack all the way to, Jim Jones, all the way over to Gucci Mane, all the way over to Jay-Z, everywhere. You even can get Little Flip. And we already know he ain't much enough, but even he had a couple songs that was cool off a little mixtape. The collab between Lil Wayne and Jewels, where Jewels was hot for a good minute. He could have been big, just like Lil Wayne, but he, fell off and got himself caught up. You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't. I stopped listening pretty much around about the time late 90s. Mystical and Ja Rule. That was and then now I have to say Ludacris and God damn it. Just had a senior moment here. Ludacris, the Atlanta stuff. But that's even kind of late 90s, right? Or early 2000s.
Yep.
So I pretty much stopped there. So I don't know. I've not heard any music. I probably didn't recognize it from like Lil Wayne. I know who he is. That's about it.
Oh, my
the
fault.
last
And
normal
GCH.
people who were kind of outrageous would be like Ludacris, Big Boy and Andre 3000. They were theatrical maybe, but they were within the bounds of normality. Pretty much everything after that, like Snoop, never got into him that much, never got into look, probably Atlanta was my jump off point. Just got weird after that. The gangster rap stuff, never got into, wasn't my shtick. To use a Yiddish term.
Let me see. Then 2020, 2025. Let's see. And this is okay. Damn. Let me come back over here. Let me see what's going on. So yeah, we're done with the teacher stuff. We're done with everything. Hopefully y'all was entertained if y'all even got this far in the thing. We got 13 people still watching. Thank you to Lamar for coming through. Thank you for Truth coming through. Thank you for Stanley coming through. I think that's all that came through today, right? Am I having let me go look right quick. So it's me, and then we got, guess that was LA. Oh, Lord ADS. Shout out to Lord ADS. Thanks, Lord ADS, for coming through. Hopefully we didn't bore y'all too much talking about all this old stuff. But yeah.
Well, the thing is they need to know it existed and it can be recovered. It's not gone yet. Recover it. if it
Yeah,
interests you.
as long as these libraries are still around, we walk in libraries. We telling y'all about what it was.
Yes.
So as
Oh,
long
dude,
as
the smell of the books.
yeah, the more learned man, the more information you get. So that's why we listen to these people, even though they can sound boring. Hopefully, you catch some of what they're trying to tell you. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm on. Oh, matter of fact, I got to do one thing before I go completely. I'd like to know y'all with some music right quick. And this was our song from yesterday.
You know what it is? Yeah. It's toxic, baby.
Still want you.
Every time I say I'm done, I come right back. Yeah. Got me scrolling through your page, heart under attack. You know that mouth cut deep, but that love cut deeper. You my poison and my healer, my dream and my reaper. I'm tired of the fights, but I can't let go. Cause when you touch me, girl, my pride moves slow. We crash, we burn, we still run it back to. Yeah, we toxic, but I'm fiending for you.
We toxic, girl.
We toxic, boy.
We toxic, boy.
But I'm fiending for you.
We ain't shit, we ain't shit.
I don't wanna talk to you,
but I can't stop calling you.
Even though it's bad, it's true.
We ain't shit, we ain't shit.
I'm still fiending for you.
Call me crazy, but you love that too. You got a hold on me, I can't undo. You leave, I block, then you spin that line. Next thing you know, I'm back reclined. We lie, we love, then we start to blame. It's smoke and mirrors, but it feels the same. I hate your peace, you hate my truth. But boy, I'm still feeling.
Man, we ain't good for each other, but I can't quit.
You say you're done.
Toxic, we sick, but we lit.
We ain't shit.
Still, like I feel the sun in the morning,
like I see the moon at night.
We toxic, baby.
We toxic, baby.
But this feel right.
We ain't shit. We ain't shit. We ain't shit. We ain't shit.
I don't wanna talk to you,
but I still do love you.
But I still dream of you.
We broken, bruised, and true.
I don't wanna talk to you, but you already in my veins. We ain't shit.
We ain't shit. Feeding for you.
Shout out to y'all. Y'all ain't shit. Yeah, y'all. We hung out for 6 hours. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it.
We'll shut this motherfucker down.
That's all, folks.
We out.